Chapter 1406. When Baigu mentioned Li Yi, the people around suddenly felt a little sad, including Song Jing. Although he always wanted to find fault with Li Yi, he still hoped that Li Yi would stay in Zhuangzi. He was gone, leaving only a box with many letters. This year's Spring Lantern Festival will be lively, Li Longji said as he scooped spicy sauce for everyone. Sui did not. If I had known, I wouldn't have eaten so much spicy hot pot. Sui was envious. He got a lot of hot pot ingredients from Li family Zhuangzi. Then he ate it for several days in order not to waste it. First, he ate hot pot as a family. It was a pity to throw it away. He ate it at the next meal. At the next meal, some dishes were less, so he added more dishes. After adding more dishes, he found that the taste was bland, so he added spicy sauce. After adding more, he found that there was still some left, so he continued to eat. He ate like this for several days until he had gastrointestinal problems. Then, he reluctantly threw away the hot pot. The firecrackers were sent to the soldiers at the border, not only at Guajian's place, but also at other places. Baigu was distressed. The imperial court spent money to buy it. The cost price and labor cost were included. The cost of materials was cheap. Li family Zhuangzi's labor cost was high. He could not collect taxes yet. Once he collected taxes, the tax money would be included in the price. It was just like Li Yi's shop issuing VAT invoices. They did not need the invoice to be the price. If they wanted the invoice, they would get extra money. Those that could be used to offset taxes would naturally take the tax points from the invoice and go back to the account. Although according to the law, as long as the price was given, the VAT invoice must be included. In practice, everyone automatically avoided it. They could not control it at all, especially the small shops. Fushen, which used to be in Li Yi's place, and the one next to Shenyang, had a new leader. What were they doing? Check all the purchase invoices. A stall selling toothpicks was fined 5,000 yuan because he could not provide the purchase invoices for the toothpicks. Then, the entire area next to Shenyang, Gaoan, closed all the shops and stopped business. They were afraid that they would come and check. For 3 days in a row, the new leader lost his temper. He had to kneel down and stop investigating. Was that not enough? Later, the leader was asked to explain his problem at a fixed time and place. He had other problems. Baigu didn't know what had happened to Li Yi at that time. He was very confused about the Li family Zhuangzi's confusing actions. Your Majesty, what if all merchants have to pay extra taxes, and we all learn from the Li family Zhuangzi? Baigu was worried that everyone else was smart. Li Longji was surprised. Don't the Li family Zhuangzi pay taxes for their other businesses? They don't produce so many firecrackers, but you insisted on buying them. Was there a problem with additional orders and additional money? Shouldn't the imperial court adopt special policies to purchase goods that aren't circulated in society? Li Longji was no longer the Li Longji of the past. He was knowledgeable. Don't try to fool me. I have been with Brother Yi all day. I have learned more than you. I am talking about other merchants who purchase goods from the imperial court. It is about the cost and taxes. Baigu explained. How can there be taxes if the goods are purchased at cost price? Oh, I know what you want to say. The merchants are selling their goods and are incurring losses. If they pay taxes, it will not be good for the merchants' continued operations. There is such a thing, but we can talk about it later. When the tax is implemented in most areas, there will be tax rebates and subsidies. It is a trial of collecting taxes in a small area. People from other places cannot provide proof of tax. Li Longji still understood. Brother Yi had said that if you can figure it out, Brother Yi would have already written it out. Baigu was depressed. He was a professional official, but he was not as professional as His Majesty. He couldn't fool him. I understand. I actually miss Xiao Yi. What else could Baigu say? Don't think about him. Think about the Ministry of Revenue. Li Longji said and lowered his head to eat. What are you thinking about, Xiao Yi? There's nothing wrong with your teeth. In the future, when we exchange with people overseas, it will be a trade. Tax will be deducted first. Li, who was looking at the sea through the glass, also thought about the tax. He didn't go to the deck. The wind was strong and the weather was cold. At this time, he realized how difficult it was for the country's navy in the past. A speed of more than 30 knots was nearly 60 kilometers per hour. The navy stood on the deck to enjoy the wind and patrol. It was fine in summer, but in winter the temperature was already around 10 degrees Celsius. With the wind blowing, it was very humid. How uncomfortable would it be to blow for an hour? It was not like standing guard for an hour. The yacht was even faster. Li didn't want to go out. As he spoke, Li used dried fruits to pick hazelnuts for Princess Yongmu, Xiaolon, and his eldest disciple. The hazelnuts that had been sifted through water basically had kernels in them. Moreover, the kernels were relatively large. This was the only type of hazelnut on the yacht. It was impossible to bring along kernels and small hazelnuts. Master, how do we collect taxes in other places? It's not like we're from the Tang dynasty. The little girl imagined herself as someone from the island. She thought that it had nothing to do with her. Why should she pay taxes? This involves export and import taxes. The locals outside will not bear the Tang dynasty's taxes. Because they didn't bring things to the Tang dynasty to sell themselves, they also don't recognize the laws of the big country. However, the merchants of the Tang dynasty have to pay taxes, export taxes. If you want others to recognize you, you need to follow a procedure. Li explained to his eldest disciple. The little girl was young, but she was very smart. He gave an example. For example, when they arrived at a place, they would exchange silk for something. After discussing the exchange ratio, they would charge 30% tax. For 10 feet of silk, they would give the other party 7 feet. Of course, the other party would not be happy. At this time, they would give the other party a receipt and say that not only would there be a tax refund, but there would also be subsidies. The other 3 feet would be tax-free, and there would be an additional 1 foot of subsidy. However, they couldn't give it now. They had to wait for the application to be sent back. When they came back again, they would give an additional 4 feet of silk. Even 2 feet of subsidy would be fine, or 3 feet. The premise was that the people in this place could write the application. It didn't matter if they didn't know how to write it. They could help write it, and the other party would put their fingerprints on it. Therefore, the one-time transaction became a long-term trade. The other party would always look forward to the result of the application. After the first success, the other party would look forward to the next one. During the whole process, force the other party to recognize the laws of the Tang dynasty. This is called subtle influence. The people outside the Tang dynasty will only compromise for the first time and countless times. Every time a trade happens, the other party will anxiously wait for the next one to get subsidies. When the tax refund and subsidies in the trade are accepted, the other party can use other laws of the Tang dynasty to make the other party obey. Li didn't hide at all and taught his eldest disciple how to play tricks. Qing Dai blinked her eyes hard. It was as if she was meeting her master for the first time. Too bad. Master is this kind of person? Why are you in a daze? Listen to me. There are false reports and discounts in the price. In consumer psychology, different audiences have different expectations and waiting periods. This includes the scarcity of goods and the reasonable operation of the appreciation and depreciation of the price of luxury goods. When the price of luxury goods is lowered again and again in order to sell more, the sales volume and profits will both decrease. Li continued to impart knowledge. In any case, no one in the entire Tang dynasty could explain this technique so straightforwardly. For example, the foreign merchants didn't systematically learn about glass and pepper, but they knew how to operate them. In Li's eyes, they were all elementary and unqualified. Chapter 1407. The pitter-patter of raindrops hit the glass of the yacht. Just as Li said, there was a lot of rain in Yakushima. As soon as they entered the area, the rain appeared. Further away, it was sunny. It seemed that the rain clouds liked to stay on top of Yakushima, and the weather in Nakajima was the same. Kagoshima in the north was different. When it was sunny, it was sunny. When it was cloudy, it was cloudy. Li Lang, what are the islands in front of us? It was the first time that Princess Yongmu saw the rain on the sea from the yacht. She was still quite excited at the moment. Looking at the sea, she felt that the sky and the earth were connected together, and she couldn't see the end of it. There are many trees, grass, and moss. In addition, there are hot springs. Hot springs are very important. Soaking in the hot springs in rainy weather for a long time can prevent people from getting sick. Li Yi had never been to Yakushima before. He had only passed by it a few times. When they were on the yacht, the tour guide would introduce the place to him. Li Yi had some impression of it. At the same time, he also had some information that he could check. Will we encounter a big storm? Qing Dai asked a question that she shouldn't have asked. It's possible. The only thing I can guarantee is that I will bring you all back to the Tang dynasty alive. Li Yi didn't avoid the topic. The yacht was sturdy and fast. There was no satellite to help it. The yacht itself had a data comparison system that would judge whether there was a typhoon based on the weather conditions. If they were not careful, they could avoid it. If they really couldn't avoid it, each of them would wear a diving suit, oxygen tanks, life jackets, and tied them to the dinghy. Then, they would leave the yacht and bravely face the typhoon. The danger was that they might be swept up by the typhoon. As long as they didn't fall to their deaths, when the typhoon was over, he could exchange for things to find them. If the typhoon was too big, the only way was to exchange for a bunch of small submarines that could be controlled automatically. Everyone would dive in separately. It would be better if they went below 50 meters. Relatively speaking, it was safer than the surface of the sea. The disadvantage was that it would consume too much of their lifespan. The yacht continued to sail. The invisible sun gradually set in the west, and the rain did not stop. The sky started to turn dark, and the lights on the yacht were turned on. The sonar was constantly scanning the sea to determine the situation below the sea and avoid the danger of hitting the rocks. As they neared the shore, Li Yi prepared to find a place to anchor and make contact with the people on the island. As they moved closer to the shore, a boat appeared on the screen of the yacht. It was a sailboat. It was beached. It was definitely beached. It was on the shore, and it was leaning. He could only see the mast, but not the sail. Li Lang, there's a boat. Princess Yongmu also discovered it. Li Yi looked at the ship on the screen and frowned. The ship was in the style of the Tang dynasty. Did someone from the Tang dynasty come here? Or was it only the ship that was brought here by the sea? Either way, it seemed that the people on the ship were doomed. It should be the Lantern Festival tomorrow. I hope the people on board can turn misfortune into blessing, Li said as he switched to manual operation and anchored not far from the shore. Leaving Princess Yongmu and the others on the ship, the officials all went down with Li Yi, as well as the 20 winged knights. The palace maids and eunuchs insisted on following them and did not take care of Princess Yongmu. Everyone put on rain boots and raincoats and went ashore in kayaks. They turned on the charging lights and observed the ship first. The winged knights climbed up and down and reported back. Wherever they could see, there was no damage. They went in again and came out not long after. Donju, there are pepper, tortoiseshell, other spices, and wood inside. There are broken ceramics and intact iron pots. No one is seen. The winged knights reported what they saw. It was obviously a merchant ship, and it was a return ship. They did not know why it came here. Shouldn't it sail close to the coast of the Tang dynasty? It's raining. There are no traces left. Li looked around. It was completely different from the pictures in the information. Trees, grass, and moss on the stones. Wherever the light shone, it was filled with negative emotions. It was less clean and tidy, and there was no leisure and relaxation. Hold your weapons and see if there are any suitable places for people to go. There are people living on the island, Li Yi said as he slowly moved forward. At the same time, he compared the information in his mind to know which side of the island they were on. The direction the yacht came from coincided with the information on the map. He actually wanted to fly into the sky to take a look, but he was afraid of being struck by lightning. There was no lightning or thunder now. If he flew and was struck by lightning, how long would he be able to live? At the thought of flying, Li Yi sighed and handed the lights to Huang Bai. A multi-rotor drone suddenly appeared under his feet. With the remote control in hand, he activated it. Yes, he exchanged for a drone to fly. It did not matter if he was struck by lightning. Night vision imaging, active red light source mode. This was clear. The drone flew out in the rain. Li Yi put on his glasses and operated the drone to find living people. Dongzhu, what if the people of the Tang dynasty are killed by the people of the Japanese Empire on this island? Tao Hong was worried about her own people. We will kill them too. Since they can kill people of the Tang dynasty once, they will continue to think about killing people when they need to stay here in the future. Li Yi responded casually. Kill. Just like how dogs bite their owners and zoo animals bite their keepers. Dogs can take the initiative to attack their owners, and there will be more in the future. As for zoo animals, once they eat people once, they will think of ways to eat people again. Of course, some zoos will not do that because of money. Who will compensate them if they kill people? Li Yi had told his employees before that they should not go to such zoos. Zoos can give up the rules for money, but it will be dangerous to go there. Somewhere on the island, a group of people hid under a straw shed and talked. 20 people were wearing Tang Dynasty-style clothes, and more people were wearing clothes similar to the Tang Dynasty style, but they could be distinguished. The straw sheds were connected to one another, and the two sides were talking in the language of the Japanese Empire. One of the people of the Tang Dynasty should be the captain. He looked very emotional and talked nonstop. The people of the Japanese Empire opposite him shook their heads from time to time and occasionally said a few words. The two sides talked for a while and then sat on the stone stool in silence. The leader of the people of the Tang Dynasty clenched and unclenched his fists with a worried look on his face. The others surrounded him. Some of them held swords in their hands, and some of them held bows and arrows. In contrast, the weapons of the people of the Japanese Empire were pitiful. Some of them were spears made of tree branches, but they did not have a metal head. They were just sharpened. Some of them were holding stones and looked like they were ready to throw them. In terms of momentum, the people of the Tang Dynasty were clearly superior to the people of the Japanese Empire. The people of the Japanese Empire seemed a little nervous, but they seemed to be holding on to something. The rain fell through the curtain of the straw shed and onto the ground, making a noisy sound. The two sides confronted each other in silence, as if they were trying to figure out the other side's bottom line. Buzz. While they were confronting each other, there was a sound different from the sound of rain falling. The sky was dark and they did not have a searchlight, so they could not see the situation in the sky. A multi-rotor drone was hovering in the sky. Li Yi saw the situation through his glasses. Damn, the people of the Tang Dynasty are awesome. Li Yi cursed. He saw that the momentum of the 20 people of the Tang Dynasty was stronger than that of the 100 people of the Japanese Empire. Then he realized that this was the Tang Dynasty. Even the scholars of the Tang Dynasty dared to draw their swords, let alone the merchants who traveled on the sea. Use a light to support our people. I'll use the drone to shout. Li Yi was very happy and decided to bully the people of the Japanese Empire together. Chapter 1408. Zhang Ruibois felt very vexed. It was all because of the sudden sea breeze. He had been traveling to other places from the Tang Dynasty to other places to trade for spices, pearls, tortoiseshell, and so on. The good wood was used as ballast. When he returned, he would first go to the Japanese Empire to trade for some things from the Japanese Empire, especially silver and copper. Then he would return to the Tang Dynasty from the Japanese Empire and sell the things he did not trade in the Japanese Empire and the things he traded from the Japanese Empire to the people of the Tang Dynasty. Usually, he would make one trip every year and a half. He would rest for half a year before going out again. This time, he would earn more than 6,000 yuan. He used to be a fisherman. He borrowed money to build a boat and used up all of his family's savings. He had made 4 trips. Not only did he return the money he borrowed, but he also had a lot left. His family was in Jinjiang County, which was governed by the Chuanzhou government on the east side of Jiangnan. If he finished this trip, he would earn at least 10,000 yuan. He planned to build 2 more boats and hire more people to go out to sea. Before he left, he heard that the Bahui Li family Zhuangzi, which was next to Chang, and was very rich. He wondered how rich they were compared to his family. It seemed like that Li Gai did not understand the benefits and dangers of the sea. When he had more money, he would go to Chang and to buy land. Not to mention merchants. Farmers were not allowed to take the imperial examinations. Their children needed to go to school in a good place. When the time came, they would be in charge. Unfortunately, the people of the Japanese Empire here were too hateful. When they saw his boat being blown ashore, they wanted to help take away half of the goods. They even wanted to rob him and the others. In their dreams. But what should he do now? The Japanese Empire had many people. If he fought, it would be easy to die on the island. He had to be firm and not agree immediately. Otherwise, the people of the Japanese Empire would think that he was afraid. Giving away half of the goods was also fine. Zhang Ruibo was calculating. He knew that if he showed any weakness, he would definitely be surrounded and killed. It was like meeting the wild beasts in the mountains at home. If he turned around and ran, the wild beasts would definitely chase after him. Thinking like this, Zhang Ruibo was considering whether to capture the other party as a hostage. The risk was very high. Capturing a leader as a hostage and the second leader of the leader's subordinates, wanting the leader to die. Wouldn't that be a good reason? Buzz. Zhang Ruibo was thinking when he suddenly heard a different sound. He looked up. What was that? Whoosh! A ray of light shone down, followed by more rays of light that began to rotate. Another voice followed. I am Li Yi, the Tang dynasty's Jinzi Guanglu Daifu, the great general of the army, the general of heavenly strategies, and the overseas pacifier of the Tang dynasty, patrolling the seas on behalf of the heavens, imposing might within the sea, and bestowing favor in all directions. Today I arrived here on the Tang dynasty's Ba Shui cruiser, and suddenly saw our Tang dynasty ship. Do the people of the Tang dynasty have any request? If you're in trouble, meet me at the stranded ship. The voice was in the language of the Tang dynasty. After it finished speaking, it immediately switched to the language of the Japanese Empire and repeated it again. Yes, I have it. Zhang Ruibo stood up and shouted towards the light. He couldn't describe how excited he was at this moment. What official? A long string of words, and the pacifier understood. Amazing. The most amazing thing was patrolling the seas on behalf of the heavens, high-ranking officials and generals sent by His Majesty. Hurry up and come over. It was also bilingual. Yes. Brothers, let's go to the ship. Zhang Ruibo glanced at the people of the Japanese Empire with a contemptuous look on his face. The people of the Japanese Empire were stunned. Flying in the sky, glowing and speaking, and saying that it was some general of the Tang dynasty, they were stunned. As for whether Zhang Ruibo was contemptuous or not, no one cared. Thus, Zhang Ruibo's people walked in the rain, and the people of the Japanese Empire followed behind, wanting to take a look. Something that could fly and glow in the sky was constantly moving above their heads. The people of the Japanese Empire were about to kneel down. Zhang Ruibo's 20 people also wanted to kneel down. Those that could fly were all gods. Li Yi picked up a walkie-talkie and said, "Shine the light over here." The lights on the yacht were all turned on, and the searchlights shone over in the rain. Everyone on the yacht came down with their things. They rushed to the shore before Zhang Ruibo came over, set up tents, put up lights, laid out carpets, and set up chairs. Li Yi took off his raincoat and changed into his official uniform. The palace maids and eunuchs hurriedly tidied themselves up in front of a small mirror and stood properly. Li Yi sat there and controlled the drone to follow slowly. He was quite anxious. If this went on for too long, the drone would run out of battery. The rain and the low temperature would greatly affect the battery. The 9 military canvas tents were removed from each other to form a larger and more spacious tent. There were metal pillars in the middle, but no one cared. For craftsmen were using a kerosene stove to heat up the food. The main dish was stew. Beef stew with radish, pickled cabbage stew with pork belly and vermicelli, chicken drumstick stew with pine mushrooms, cabbage stew with tofu. It wasn't that they couldn't make more, but it would be a waste. For additional side dishes were added: eggplant with garlic, cucumber with garlic sauce, shrimp oil side dishes, and cowpeas with pork skin. The other side dishes were seaweed, broccoli, fried salted fish, and cold fish skin. There were only 2 main dishes: rice and steamed rolls. With such a limited variety of dishes, it was obviously not up to standard in the Li family Zhuangzi's cafeteria. Zhang Ruibois and the others, who had just rushed over, were dumbfounded when these dishes were placed on the rainy Yakushima Island. The food was placed on the side. Now, it was time for the officials to treat the citizens and diplomacy. Zhang Ruibois and the others, who had rushed over from the Japanese Empire, stood outside in the rain and watched. They didn't dare to go forward as it was too ostentatious. Princess Yongmu put on her princess uniform. This was the first time she had worn it in front of Li Yi. Li Yi had brought her several sets. Now that she was wearing it and sitting beside Li Yi, she no longer looked like an obedient little girl who listened to everything Li Yi said. With the addition of the crown, her entire temperament instantly changed. She was graceful, dignified, cold, and proud. Xiao Lan also changed into her own palace dress and stood in front of Princess Yongmu. It was as if her standing there made Princess Yongmu stand out. The 6 officials stood on the left and right. The winged knights brought out the ceremonial guards of the 1,000 bull guards. The nurse was wearing the court uniform of the imperial physician. Even the little girl, Qin Dai, was wearing the court uniform of the Empress's palace advisor, an external female official of the imperial physician department. Zhang Ruibois knelt down with a puff sound, his tears dripping down. When he came, he saw the big ship on the sea. The lights were bright. The officials of the Tang dynasty were here. They were so impressive. He knelt down willingly. This was the difficulty he encountered in a foreign country, and the officials of his own country came to support him on behalf of His Majesty. The 19 relatives and helpers he brought also knelt down. The floor was covered with a carpet. It wasn't cold, but their hearts were warmer. In fact, they just needed to bow. The Tang dynasty didn't have high standards. They just wanted to kneel. They felt that they had found someone to rely on and were ready to fight for their lives. "Where are you from?" Li Yi asked in a deep voice. "We are the descendants of the Zhang family in Jinjiang, Quanzhou." Zhang Ruibois raised his head and wiped his tears and snot with his sleeve. It was so difficult overseas. He, who had never shed a single tear, wanted to cry at this moment. "Yes. Stand up and stand aside. Do you, Japanese Empire, know that I am the angel of the Tang dynasty? Why don't you pay your respects?" After Li Yi finished speaking to Zhang Ruibois and the others, he suddenly changed to the Japanese Empire's language and questioned the people of the Japanese Empire. The people of the Japanese Empire also knelt down. They didn't dare to come in, so they just knelt outside. They had no choice. The dignity of the Tang dynasty was built by fighting. The Japanese Empire couldn't stand up straight. Moreover, the Japanese Empire learned the etiquette of the Tang dynasty. They also sent people to learn economics, politics, education, and technology. Chapter 1409. When Tian, pretend to be Princess Yongmu and say that you came with me to represent the Tang dynasty. Li Yi used the opportunity when others were kneeling to speak to Princess Yongmu, who was sitting next to him. Princess Yongmu bit her lip and glanced at Li Yi. Then she coughed softly. "I'm Li Yuan-shu. I'm Princess Yongmu of the Tang dynasty." Xiao Lan immediately helped to introduce herself. Zhang Ruibois and the others knelt again. This time, They knelt to the princess. Even His Majesty's eldest daughter came to help them. I often heard from my father that all citizens of the Tang dynasty, whether inside or outside, will receive grace from the emperor of the Tang dynasty as long as there are military forces of the Tang dynasty. Today, the people of the Japanese Empire are lucky to be on an uninhabited island. If you are in trouble, I will naturally help you out with Li Lang and Lian. It's cold and rainy, so you must be hungry and depressed. Give me food, and don't let the people of the Tang dynasty suffer. Princess Yongmu was quite decent when she put on airs. No, she was just acting as she was. She only looked like a sweet and cute girl when she was with Li Yi. In a different environment, without Li Yi, she was different. Just like Li Yi, who got along with the people of Zhuangzi peacefully and calmly. When he was with children, the children thought that he was the best big brother. When he impeached officials, he gave people the feeling that his blood was cold. Thank you, Princess. Zhang Ruibo was even more excited. Li Yi spoke in the language of the Japanese Empire. Let's eat together. His Majesty of the Tang dynasty is grateful for the kindness of the people who came from all over the world and ordered us to give grace to the Emperor of the Tang dynasty. Why don't you thank His Majesty of the Tang dynasty? Thank you, Your Majesty. The leader of the Japanese Empire was the first to speak, followed by a series of words of agreement. General Li, this princess wants to eat the scallops you grilled. Princess Yongmu took the opportunity to glance at Li Yi out of the corner of her eye. That was what one would call cold arrogance. Li Yi, he was a little confused. No, he was stunned. At this moment, Princess Yongmu seemed to have changed into a different person. She was sweet and gentle, but in an instant, she had turned into a cold beauty. Love, 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 how about tonight? Princess Yongmu hurriedly reminded Li Yi when she saw him in a daze. Yes, I'll go roast it right away. Mung beans noodles are ready. Li Yi put on a fawning expression and ran over to grill scallops for Princess Yongmu. Xiao Lan pursed her lips and tried her best to hold back her laughter. She couldn't laugh. It was too funny. Princess Yongmu's face was red. This was the first time she had played such a game. The key was Li Lang's cooperation. The little girl, Qing Dai, first looked at her master and future master's wife in confusion. Then she seemed to understand what was going on and smiled foolishly. The winged knights, officials, nurses, palace maids, eunuchs, and craftsmen all pretended not to know. Zhang Ruibo and the others, as well as the people of the Japanese Empire, really didn't know. How would they know that someone was flirting at such a solemn moment? They obediently lined up to get their food. The 4 craftsmen were in charge of getting their food. When they got their food, they had to look at the ladles. When the people of the Tang dynasty got their food, the craftsmen's ladles were more stable. When it was the people of the Japanese Empire's turn, the craftsmen's hands were sore, and they couldn't help but tremble. Even so, the people of the Japanese Empire were content and didn't eat their food. The food culture of the Japanese Empire was not good enough until Li Yi's time. Although there were stir-fried dishes, most of them were hot pots. Overall, the food of the Japanese Empire was the same as that of other countries. It was difficult to compete with China, including the food that South Korea bragged about, a table full of dishes, all of which were small plates. It looked like a lot, but according to the Northeasterners of Li Yi's time, there were no hard dishes. They were all spicy cabbage, soy cakes, spicy radish strips, spicy cucumbers, rotisserie, cowpea strips, mince shredded fish. In any case, the side dishes of China became the main dishes of South Korea. Maybe they should make a big soy sauce soup or something, including instant noodles. None of the Chinese people treated instant noodles as a staple. Although they ate instant noodles for every meal, they had no choice because they didn't have enough money. It was different in South Korea. Instant noodles were very ritualistic. They added a lot of things and ate slowly. Even luncheon meat could be eaten with a special flavor. Because of poor production and the Japanese Empire, China had to maintain the income of its own farming and farming industry personnel, so there were a lot of subsidies. During Li Yi's time, The Chinese people finally regained their true colors with the abundance of resources. Noodles, dumplings, rice noodles, fried rice, jama, stewed pancakes, and so on were not normal meals. Everyone knew what the situation was. Eating these was just a meal, or rather a bite. A meal without stir-fried dishes was definitely not a proper meal. A bowl of beef noodles for lunch and 2 cold dishes. Was that a proper meal? Most of the Chinese people would shake their heads. No, they ate because they had no choice. This set meal might cost more than 40 yuan per person, and they ate to fill their stomachs. If they spent more than 20 yuan on a boxed lunch with 2 meat and 2 vegetables, some places would cost more than 30 yuan. At that time, they would feel that they were eating a normal meal. Because the boxed lunch had stir-fried dishes, it was especially satisfying to eat. Now, Zhang Ruibo and the rest were more at ease. They had never eaten stewed dishes. However, they were proud. Look, I'll let the people of your island see what the Tang dynasty eats. Old Zhang, how much money have you earned recently? Li Yi grilled a lot of scallops and placed them there. He knew that Princess Yongmu could not eat much. He did not care. He was more concerned about the Tang dynasty's foreign trade. Zhang Ruibo was quite conflicted. He thought for a while and replied, I don't know. I'm in the Japanese Empire now. If I go back to the Tang dynasty, the price of the items will change. What happened before? Li Yi gave Zhang Ruibo an oily salted duck egg. There was no yolk. He gave the yolk to Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan. Before she met Li Yi, Princess Yongmu ate salted eggs and yolk, and Xiaolan ate clear. Xiaolan said that she liked clear. When she ate it, it would go with rice. The yolk of salted eggs was oily and disgusting. When she met Li Yi and confirmed that their relationship was stable, Xiaolan said that she also liked to eat yolk. The oily yolk was the best. It was very fragrant. Eat. Don't eat too much. We don't lack it. Li Yi dug out another oily yolk and gave it to Xiaolan. Zhang Ruibo looked at them and knew their relationship. They used to be able to trade things. When they saw that my ship was stranded, they wanted more. They even wanted to take all of it. We're ready to fight. Zhang Ruibo's simple words made many things clear. It's simple. After you eat, ask them to straighten the ship. I hope that the part of the hull that is close to the ground won't be damaged. Li Yi had already thought of a strategy when he spoke. He was not bullying the people of the Japanese Empire. Human nature was different. As a person who developed overseas for the Tang dynasty, it was obviously not good to fix the other party's human nature and fight. Human nature was based on desire. The desires of the people of the Japanese Empire were relatively shallow, so it was easy to deal with. To put it bluntly, it was to give benefits and use the other party's desires. This was the normal operation of a diplomat. No one could avoid it, even a fool. As long as he was eating, he would have desires. Whoever could control the direction of his desires would be successful. If he could bring more people with him, he would be even more powerful. Chapter 1410. After the meal, Li Yi and his group returned to the yacht under the respectful escort of the Japanese Empire. Zhang Ruibo and his 20 men followed. It was too dark to board the yacht. Before the meal, the leader of the Japanese Empire was still thinking about whether he could snatch the things he wanted. Now, he entered the tent and looked at the colorful yacht on the sea. There was only respect and envy in his eyes. There was no jealousy or hatred. The difference was too big. He couldn't afford the clothes that the generals and princesses of the Tang dynasty wore. Take them to take a bath and teach them how to use it, Li Yi ordered as he changed his clothes. The winged knights led Zhang Ruibo and the others into the bathroom. Zhang Ruibo was shocked again. This was a place to take a bath? Why was it so big? Was it all porcelain? Why was there water when he reached out his hand? He washed his hair, wiped his body, brushed his teeth, and took a bath just by standing here? Oh no, the pool was leaking? Water was leaking out. Fifth uncle, if we had a yacht like this, I would dare to go anywhere. One of Zhang Ruibo's clansmen was drinking soda, made by Li Yi using the carbonation machine on the yacht. He burped and squinted his eyes. If we had a yacht like this, would we still need to go out to sea to trade for things to earn money? Wash up and get out quickly. Go to sleep. Tomorrow is the 15th day of the first lunar month, and the yacht will be here. Jean Rouébois shook his head. He didn't dare to have any extravagant hopes. After washing up, their bodies were all red. After drying, they put on comfortable pajamas. The clothes they wore before had already been washed, dried, and flattened. They couldn't be ironed as they were numb. 20 people were crammed into one of the 2 rooms, the large suite room. The officials and the winged knights also squeezed together and made 2 rooms. The little girl, Princess Yongmu, and Xiaolon slept together. Li Yi slept alone. Jean Rouébois and the others were indeed tired. Once they relaxed, they lost their vigilance and slept until the sun rose. It's a sunny day today. Li Yi operated the kitchen equipment to make breakfast. He sat in the dining room and looked at the scenery outside. Some seabirds landed on the guardrails around the deck, turning their heads to look around, occasionally using their beaks to comb their feathers. Morning, Li Dongzhu. Jean Rouébois rushed to the restaurant after washing up again. When he saw Li Yi, he hurriedly greeted him. He knew who the great general was. He was the master of the Li family Zhuangzi by the Dongba River in Chang, and whom he thought he could defeat. He was ashamed that he had ever had such thoughts. What could he use to compete? Let's eat. I made Tang Yuan for everyone. If you don't have a good appetite, don't eat too many. Oh, your people are used to eating glutinous rice, so it shouldn't be a problem. Li Yi was quite envious. Jean Rouébois was from Chuanzhou. Fu Jian Chuanzhou ate glutinous rice and glutinous rice dumplings. He could eat all kinds of glutinous rice balls and zongzi. After eating the glutinous rice balls that Jean Rouébois cooked, he realized that they were a little different from this thing, called Tang Yuan. There were too many kinds of fillings in Tang Yuan. Li Yi only ate one. It was just for show. If he ate too much, his stomach would feel uncomfortable. The winged knights prepared to eat first when they were changing shifts. After eating, they would rotate shifts. Although they were on the yacht, the winged knights were still rotating shifts. Tonight, let's continue to park next to the island and set off fireworks at night. Li Yi estimated the time. It was best if the boat was not damaged. Jean Rouébois and the others needed to rearrange the things inside. Then, they used the yacht to tow the boat from the beach to the sea. Jean Rouébois' next stop was the Japanese Empire to trade. The 20 of them needed to rest for a while. Only when they were full of energy would they be able to trade. Coincidentally, they needed Hisashi Island as a supply exchange point. They would set off fireworks at night to shock the people of the Japanese Empire on the island. Jean Rouébois was running the boat outside. When he heard Li Yi's words, he immediately understood. He almost cried. He was an official of the Tang dynasty. He went overseas to take care of the people of the Tang dynasty. He deserved to be a rank 1 official. He deserved to be able to find a woman like Princess Yongmu. I'll buy your pepper. No, give me 2 buckets. I'll eat them on the way. I'll plant the leftovers somewhere else. After Li Yi said bye, he immediately changed his words to ask, Okay, take whatever you want, as long as it's to your liking. Jean Rouébois was generous. When he returned to his hometown, he would have a lot to brag about. In less than an hour, everyone dragged the rope onto the shore. The yacht moved closer to the shore. There was no need to dig a hole to open the waterway for the boat. The things on the boat were moved down first. The ropes were tied in a strong and well-stressed place. Li Dongzhu, the rope on your boat is good. It's light and strong. Jean Rouébois skillfully tied a sailor's knot. He liked the rope. Okay, Li Yi replied. He did not plan to give the rope to anyone else. He had exchanged for a special ultra-high molecular weight rope. Of course, it was good. The people of the Japanese Empire were busy at the side. In fact, they were not needed. For the future, Li Yi gave them soap. It could be considered as hiring them to work. He only gave them 5 bars of soap. More than 100 people of the Japanese Empire felt that they had made a profit. The soap could be used to wash the hair and the body. Once it was washed, the black water would splash out. It was really clean. Amidst the singing, the boat was first straightened. Then it adjusted its direction. It drew a line on the beach and entered the sea. Everyone used the kayaks to load the goods onto the boat. At noon, Li invited them to eat fish. He exchanged beer with the people of the Japanese Empire for wheat. A 500 milliliters cup of beer was exchanged for 2 buckets of wheat. The people of the Japanese Empire felt that they had made a profit again. The beer was delicious and strong. Li also knew that beer was high alcohol content for the people of the Japanese Empire. It was brewed with whole wheat beer. The people of the Japanese Empire smoked cigarettes and drank sake. There were also fish and side dishes. They were all light. The food with the strongest flavor was natto. It was available now. It was also available in the Tang dynasty. It was different from black beans. Li exchanged for a lot of wheat and ate it on the way. Although it had only been 2 days, the winged knights had a huge appetite. The craftsmen also ate a lot. The wheat could be added to dry hops to make a lot of beer. When night fell, Li invited the people of the Japanese Empire onto the yacht. They ate barbecue, ate glutinous rice balls, and set off fireworks on the deck. Zhang Ruibois and the people of the Japanese Empire saw fireworks for the first time. Boom, 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 boom. Flowers exploded in the sky. The colors of the flowers were different. Some of the flowers could be seen again after exploding. Princess Yongmu, Xiaolan, and the other girls held thick sticks of incense and laughed as they lit up the fireworks. The little girl played with the firecrackers and twirled them around. She had set them off once during the New Year, but it wasn't enough. She felt that she wouldn't get tired of it even if she set it off every day. Li watched and suddenly got up. He went back to the cabin and printed out music scores. When the fireworks were about to end, he shouted, "Those who know how to play, come over and get your own instruments. There are wind instruments, strings, and percussion instruments. I don't have any dulcimer. I'll play the synthesizer." The 6 officials, the palace maids, the eunuchs, Princess Yongmu, and Xiaolan each took a set and went to find instruments. The winged knights didn't move. They all knew how to play the hujia and the huqin. In order to cooperate, they had to play in a situation where they were surrounded by enemies. The nurses also didn't move. They knew at least one instrument. The 4 craftsmen knew how to make instruments. Li Yi's first piano was made by them. Then could they play? The little girl couldn't understand this kind of music score. She became anxious. "Master, master, I know how to play the leaves. I can play the leaves of grass and trees." "Okay, I'll pick a few leaves for you. Listen to the main spin and play it," Li said as he took out his aircraft. He stepped on it and flew away. He went to the island to pick the leaves. Zhang Ruibois and the people of the Japanese Empire. Chapter 1411. I'll play the main melody first. You look for the melody. Li took back a pile of leaves and handed them to his first disciple. Zhang Ruibois and the others knelt down again. They didn't even dare to raise their heads. The leader of the Japanese Empire was glad that he didn't offend them. He was indeed an immortal. The Tang dynasty was now sending immortals to patrol the seas. No wonder Japan couldn't defeat them. The immortals of the Tang dynasty had participated in the war in the past, right? Get up. Don't tell anyone about me. Li pretended to be cool. No one knew anyway. Yes, yes. Zhang Ruibois' voice was trembling. The people of the Japanese Empire could only nod. They couldn't say anything. They were about to pile up. Kneeling there, they found that they couldn't support themselves and wanted to lie down. Wu, Ji, Piyu Wang. The little girl happily tested the leaves. She wasn't afraid. This was her master. She knew he was an immortal. The band members took the score and familiarized themselves with it. They didn't need to play it. They just needed to look at it and simulate it in their minds. Everything was ready. Under the lights, the happy song began. Zhang Ruibois wiped his tears from time to time. He was happy. The Tang dynasty now had an immortal. Oh my God! Li Lang will dance for you. After repeating the happy song a few times, Princess Yongmu insisted on dancing for Li Yi. She felt that she had never been so happy. She wanted to dance for Li Yi. So the group sang and danced. Li Yi played the flute. Under the night of the Lantern Festival, the group of people went crazy. Li Yi took out beer, and everyone ate barbecue in hot pot. The night came a little later in the capital. Li Longji stood on top of the imperial palace and ordered fireworks to be set off. He didn't say a word. The others didn't say anything either. It was too loud. It was too strenuous to talk, and they had to shout. When the fireworks ended, everyone in the capital ate glutinous rice balls and dumplings at the same time. Those who could eat glutinous rice balls ate glutinous rice balls. Those who couldn't had dumplings. Li Longji was treating everyone in the capital office to a meal. Salt wells were dug one after another in Sichuan. The price of salt in Chang and was cheap, but the price of salt in other places was still high. Large amounts of salt were spread out, and the commoners were able to eat cheap salt. Li Longji's income continued to increase. There were also the gold mines and the gold sands of Lantian County. The income from earthly paradise and the bath was enough to feed the winged knight's horses. Once he had more money, he realized that he couldn't spend it even if he wanted to. The imperial court also had a lot of taxes. When can I invite all the people of the Tang dynasty to eat dumplings? Li Longji picked up a shrimp, a small piece of garlic, and an egg-stuffed dumpling and looked at the people eating the dumplings. There are only two kinds of fillings for the dumplings that the people of the capital government ate: pork, cabbage, and celery leaves, oil, and various kinds of egg fillings. Without chives were expensive. Chives were even more expensive, and garlic sprouts were not cheap either. The San Xian dumplings he ate were not popular even in Li Yi's time, let alone in the Tang dynasty. Your Majesty, I think that if we want to let the people of the Tang dynasty eat dumplings, the Ministry of Revenue should pay. The Ministry of Revenue doctor found an opportunity to come up with an idea. Li Longji nodded gently. The other party was not bad. At least he knew how to love the people. Your Majesty, why don't we set aside a portion of next year's revenue to treat the people of the Tang dynasty to dumplings? The Ministry of Revenue doctor followed up. He was excited that His Majesty had approved of his proposal. Li Longji turned his head and carefully sized up this person. His brows furrowed. Using the Ministry of Revenue's money to directly feed people dumplings. Why not use the Ministry of Revenue's money to develop production technology and then convert it into productivity? Li Longji seemed to be chatting normally and just asking. But these words were serious. You're just a Ministry of Revenue doctor, and you want to spend money? Don't you understand the general trend of the world? How many times can I treat you? The commoners have their own money, so they can eat dumplings. Don't you know that it's better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish? What use do I have for you? Seeing that it's a festival today, I'll forgive you this once. Your Majesty, try the Spanish mackerel dumplings. Bai Gu spoke at the crucial moment. He was in charge of the Ministry of Revenue. His subordinate had said something wrong, so he had to help him. Frozen mackerel is not bad. When it's frozen, the internal organs are cleaned and the things that can cause allergies are removed. This is technology. Li Longji explained again. In the past, people would send Spanish mackerel from the sea to Chang, and in the winter, some people would die after eating it, so Spanish mackerel became worthless. Later on, there were fewer and no one sent it. Now, there were more people eating Spanish mackerel and they were not allergic. This was because if one was allergic to Spanish mackerel, they would also be allergic to many other things. Li Longji learned a lot of knowledge. For example, Spanish mackerel allergies were histamine allergies. The medicine to treat allergies was called antihistamine. Spanish mackerel were easy to catch, and there were many of them. In the winter, a large batch would be transported. There were also Ming mackerel, which was from the cod family. It was not convenient to transport them by the sea. Their heads would be cut off and then boiled and dried. They were very hard and sent to the capital office to be smashed with a wooden hammer. If one did not want to have a fishy smell, the stomach area should be cleaned and the skin should not be removed. It was the same as eating hairtail. If the hairtail was not cleaned properly, it would be bitter. The stomach area was not cleaned carefully. Li Longji recalled the knowledge he had gained from reading and chatting with the Li family Zhuangzi. Suddenly he thought of Li Yi. According to the itinerary, brother Yi should have reached the Japanese Empire. The sea is stormy. I hope you are safe. Li Longji was not interested in the joy of the current situation. According to Li Yi's copy of Journey to the West, it was Li Shimin who treated Xuanzang as a brother and asked Xuanzang to go and obtain the scriptures. In fact, Xuanzang was not Xuanzang at that time. His rank was not high enough. He wanted to go, but the imperial court did not agree. Later on, there was chaos and he ran to India. Li Longji knew, but he could not say it. Right now, he was really worried about Li Yi. Li Yi would go out to get seeds with a high yield. By then, the people of the Tang dynasty would not starve. In Journey to the West, his great-grandfather, who was also his great-grandfather, did not really send Master Xuanzang off. However, he did not want brother Yi to go out at all. Even his daughter followed him. Boom, 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 boom. The area where the source of the Yellow River was located was lit with fireworks on the 30th and the 15th of the first lunar month. The soldiers were actually distressed. Instead of so many fireworks, it was better to make it into a big one, or they could make it into a bag of explosives. Other people used to be able to charge on horseback with explosives and perish together with the enemy. Now, they knew that they did not need to carry the explosives and could just tie them to the horse. Li Dongzhu is amazing. How is this fireworks? This is clearly a war deterrent. With so many fireworks, it is telling Tubo that we are not short of gunpowder. Zhang Shaosong lit the fireworks himself. Looking at the colors in the sky, he praised Li Yi again. He saw the scene under the illumination of the torches and fireworks. The soldiers of the Tang dynasty held their heads high with high morale. This was a war driven by strong logistical support. In the end, they won. We have to continue to defend. I thought that the soldiers stationed there could succeed with their passion. Now I know that the soldiers are more willing to work harder when their families are better off. Guajiyun held a bowl of white wine and took a sip. He did not want to drink it. It was 60 degrees, and a bowl was more than 500 grams. Chapter 1412. The Tubo people who came first and later looked up at the starry sky. In fact, there were very few stars. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, the moon was round and bright, suppressing the light of the stars. The Tubo people who came later were not used to it yet. They had mixed feelings. If it was before this year, their own tribes would have endured the heavy snowfall, or they would have fought to see who had suffered more losses. When fighting, it was easy for both sides to suffer losses, and a third party would take the opportunity to sneak attack. Even if they fought, there had to be other tribes to choose from. So many tribes in front of them had all run away. When they reached the place where the military forces of the Tang dynasty were stationed, a large area was empty. Either their tribes suffered from the cold and hunger, and many livestock and people died, or they followed the rules of survival and found the strong to protect them. The Tang dynasty would not annex their tribes. If they went there, they would still be in charge of the entire tribe and live on their own. When they came over, the military forces of the Tang dynasty also helped to transport them. With support, they did not freeze to death. However, their status did not change and they still had power. When summer came, should they leave? When the weather warmed up, the tribes could live on their own. They did not need to listen to the orders and arrangements of the Tang dynasty. Many of the leaders who came later had this idea. When the snow melted in winter, they could regain their freedom. Otherwise, if they went to other tribes for help in the past, they would be easily destroyed, or the other party would take the opportunity to destroy them. The two tribes lived a certain distance apart. The tribe that asked for help had to send the women of the tribe to sleep with them, including the leader's own women. Because the women had to be beautiful, the women they chose were naturally beautiful. Also, the strong young men in the tribe had to be sent to sleep with them because they were strong. It was not a matter of whether they were at a disadvantage or not. The strong were respected. Barala, when will your people leave? The fireworks had just finished, and everyone was eating dumplings cooked in the pressure cooker. A leader called a Jijandue, who came later, spoke to the leader, who came earlier. He wanted to know other people's plans. Leave? Where to? I am now from the Tang dynasty. Dr. Li has already made arrangements. Once the snow melts, we will have things to do. Bilala was flabbergasted. He was a native of the Great Tang, and his entire tribe was a native of the Great Tang. Who is Dr. Li? Aji Zhandue thought for a while. Li Dongzhu of the Baishui Corps. Barala lowered his voice and looked around, as if mentioning this title had offended someone. Ji Zhandue also glanced to the side. Li Yi's fame had spread. They all knew that there was a logistics unit called the Baishui Regiment, and the person in charge of the unit was called Li Dongzhu. The killing weapons and the endless supply of baggage were all arranged by Li Dongzhu, including the fireworks, dumplings, and the pressure cooker used to cook dumplings. It was said that whoever Li Dongzhu wanted to kill, that person would be guaranteed to die, unable to escape. In fact, if he knew about it, it would depend on whether he wanted to kill him or not. Aji Zhandue felt a chill at the back of his neck, and the hairs on his body stood on end. Not to mention the current Tubo people. Would the materialists of Li Yi's time be afraid of going to the graveyard at night? Ask the crematorium and graveyard collectors if they believe it. Of course, many people of Li Yi's time would not be so afraid if they did not do anything wrong at night in the martyrs' cemetery. Ji Zhandue had no reason not to be afraid. He hesitated and asked, if the weather is warm and I leave with my people, that person, will he kill me? How can I guarantee that? I'm thinking if you eat and use other people's things, why don't you work to pay for it? Now I'm building a small city behind the Tang dynasty. When the time comes, I'll go out to graze. I'll be at the edge of the city and enter the city at night. If you leave, I won't ask you to enter the defense line. In the summer, there will be an illness and a tribe will be gone. Typhoid and malaria. Barala helped to analyze, and that was what he thought. If they were alive, they would not know when they would be gone. War, disease, and disaster. If they followed the Tang dynasty, they would at least have good weapons during the war. If they were sick, there would be special medicine for malaria and typhoid. Disaster was basically a snow disaster. In the summer, there would be a sudden heavy snow, and they would not be able to survive. The Tang dynasty had logistics. If they lacked grass, they would provide grass, and if they lacked food, they would replenish their food. Time to eat, time to eat. Someone called out. Barala turned around and went back. Ajijan followed behind with a belly full of worries. They were the leaders and were allowed to eat with the generals of the Tang dynasty. No, it was not allowed. In all the cities, the leaders had to eat with the highest general in the city. The two of them had the highest rank, Guizhiyun and the others. They sat in the hall with the other leaders. They were given 10 cooked dumplings at a time. They were small dumplings, one for every 2 bites. 1 bite was not enough. If they could not taste the filling, they hoped to take a bite first and then dip it in the triple oil. On the small table in front of him were laba garlic, cucumber skin, dried cowpeas, and soy pickles, fermented bean curd, chives, Sichuan pickles, and garlic eggplant. Jijan picked up a dumpling and took a small bite to taste it. He dipped it in the triple oil and took another small bite. The chives, wild bird eggs, and sea shrimps were stuffed. It was delicious. There were shrimps from the sea. In winter, greenhouses were planted in the city to produce vegetables. In front of him, there was also twice-cooked pork stir-fried with lamb ribs. There were also green garlic inside. There were only these pickles, a plate of vegetables, and dumplings. Zanpu could not eat them, right? No, Princess Jincheng was with Zanpu. His clansmen should be eating dumplings, no matter what the filling was. Would they still be willing to leave with him if they ate Tang dynasty noodles on a cold day? Jizhan thought that if he stayed with the people of the Tang dynasty, his life would be guaranteed. He did not need to throw the old people outside when there was a disaster, and he did not need to worry about the children freezing to death. There was fodder for the livestock. If he left, the Tang dynasty had said that they would return the weapons that were temporarily in custody, but they were not allowed to come back next year. Thinking about it, the soldiers had a say. If he did not leave, he would become a citizen of the Tang dynasty. He would give some weapons to deal with wild beasts and a pot. He would melt the weapons and make a pot. There were pressure cookers, pottery, and some thermos bottles. The thermos bottles were useful. He boiled soup in the pressure cooker and poured it into the thermos bottle. He could drink it hot at any time. Boiling water was also fine. It would be good to mix it with butter to eat tamba. He would give his woman some vanishing cream. It was fragrant and beautiful, and her skin was tender. Thinking too much, Jizhan Dui was at a loss. His chopsticks stopped moving. Sitting next to him, Bilala was eating happily. He ate 5 sansien dumplings, and there were venison and green onions. After drinking a mouthful of dumpling soup, Bilala's expression relaxed, and he felt comfortable. The dumplings were cooked with mutton bone soup with some mutton fat floating in it. It tasted delicious. He enjoyed it for a while and turned to see Jizhan Dui in daze. He shook his head and whispered, Jizhan, do I stay? We can't beat Li Dongzhu. We eat different things. We don't have morale and good weapons. Bilala persuaded him. He was selfish. He did not want to fight. If all the clansmen wanted to leave, they would be enemies. If a war broke out, his clansmen would not be able to fight. Moreover, the Tang dynasty had planned the place well. Who should plant what and raise what? Only with more people could they take care of each place well. If they all left, they would be short of manpower. Jidushi Gua had said that the clansmen of the Tang dynasty were not allowed to fight with each other in the future. If there was a conflict, they would find the officials of the Tang dynasty to mediate. There would be fewer people who would be killed. Chapter 1413. Gua Jiun and the others secretly observed the leaders of the various tribes. Those who were willing to join the Tang dynasty were welcome. Those who were afraid of losing their power and felt uncomfortable would not force them. Those who chose to leave posed no threat to the Tang dynasty. After the people of the tribes came over, they would know the morale, weapons, and logistics of the Tang dynasty's army. They would like to live a peaceful life. When the leaders gave up on these things, they would leave with them. Why did they turn around and want to attack the border cities of the Tang dynasty? To conquer the cities and live a good life? To live a life with a thermos, no lights, burning coal to resist the cold, growing vegetables in greenhouses, storing food and having rice and wheat flour? To fight? It was fine if they didn't fight before, but now that they left, they had to fight again? What if they couldn't win? People would die. Even if many people died, they would have to face the attacks of the Tang dynasty at any time to conquer a city. There would be no more coal, no more rice, no more wheat flour, and no more medicine for typhoid and malaria. In another 10 days, the ice will be gone. Qin Li ate the mutton and onion dumplings and didn't eat the sansien dumplings. In fact, when he was in the Li family Zhuangzi, he liked to eat the sansien dumplings and steamed buns the most. He was afraid that he would get a stomachache when he came out. He preferred stability, not making mistakes, and not being too radical. Now the horizontal ice will become vertical ice, and then it will start to separate into large pieces. The ice will flow downward. Zhang Zhongliang was familiar with the situation. He was guarding the Longyu Jidushi near the Yellow River. Will there be any problems with the northern protectorate of Fengzhou? Wang Juankue thought of the Yellow River. He followed Guajiun to the Hushi Jidushi, but he knew that there was a river that flowed into the Yellow River and then to the sea. My Dongzhu should have made arrangements. The northern protectorate of Anbei had to move away because of the Turks' power and the Yellow River's ice flood. Li didn't worry about the lower reaches of the Yellow River at all. It was closer to Chang, and so he didn't need to worry about it. I'm just worried that the new tribe leader won't be willing to listen to orders. Wang Junkui was most worried about this. Hao Lingquan, who had been drinking mutton soup with her head lowered, raised her head and said, "I'll take care of it. I won't let them go out. In fact, I've already talked to 2 of them. They're ready to enter the Tang dynasty with their entire tribe." Everyone looked at him and almost forgot that they had a general in their team. They didn't know whether he was good at fighting or not, but he was really good at diplomacy. Zhang Shaosong smiled. If the imperial court brings up this matter again, Song Jing won't have the face to see anyone, right? Everyone knew what Hao Lingquan had been through. She was supposed to be a general. In the end, after Song Jing became the prime minister, he ignored her, forcing Hao Lingquan to beg Li Yi. At that time, Li Yi wasn't as powerful as he was now, and his authority wasn't as great as it was now. Then he also arranged a general position for Hao Lingquan under Song Jing's name and stayed in Zhuangzi to teach her. To put it simply, Zai Fu was negligent. To put it bluntly, the prime minister was ignorant. To put it even more bluntly, Zai Fu was jealous. Hao Lingquan sat up straight, her eyes wet. "I can do it. Give it to me." He hated that he couldn't give a military order. Even if it wasn't for himself, he wanted to fight for Li Yi. "Let others see, especially Song Jing. How did you treat me in the past? I want you to be unable to raise your head when you hear my name in the future. We can't let down Li Dongzhu's trust." Zhang Shaosong understood Hao Lingquan. His thoughts were the same as Hao Lingquan's. He was grateful to Li Yi. How much pressure did Li Yi bear to not let His Majesty punish him? "If His Majesty treats me like a national hero, I will repay him like a national hero." In the early morning drizzle, Li Yi saluted Zhang Ruibua and the others who were standing on the gangplank and preparing to return to the ship. "Take care." The wet sails were raised, but the anchor was not. Li Yi gave them a set of anchor ropes that could be used for a few years. "When we get back, I'll think of a way to pay the tax and send it to Chang." And Zhang Ruibua returned the salute and talked about paying the tax. He just found out that overseas trade had to pay 30% tax. It was not 30% of the net profit, but the gross profit. It was a lot, and he suddenly lost a lot of net profit. 3 days ago, someone said that he should pay the tax, but he didn't care. Today, he took the initiative to pay the tax and use it to support the Tang dynasty's navy. The navy was strong, and he wouldn't be bullied. If he hadn't met General Li, who was patrolling the seas on behalf of the heavens, he would have lost more than 30% of his goods. He might have lost his life on the island. No rush. Keep it for now. When the time comes, we'll calculate it together. I believe in you. Li Yi was afraid that Zhang Ruibua would have to go back and forth. He didn't have much money, so he went to Chuanzhou to dock. In the future, Chuanzhou and other coastal areas would have to set up a shipping agency. "Goodbye." Zhang Ruibua gritted his teeth. He was afraid that he wouldn't want to leave if he stayed any longer. This cruiser was simply too comfortable. There was everything inside. They walked over, and the winged knights followed to deliver things. They delivered salt and refined salt. The sea used electricity and a part of the reverse osmosis membrane. There was refined salt, very fine, and no iodine. Li Yi could add iodine, but if he didn't, it would be meaningless and couldn't be popularized. Zhang Ruibua was very excited when he saw the buckets of salt. This thing was a hard currency everywhere. After delivering the salt, the winged knights came back, and the yacht slowly moved away. He waved again, and the yacht sailed in the direction of the archipelago. Why is the cruiser so fast? There's no need for sails or oars. In a naval battle, this cruiser can annihilate the entire fleet of other people. A relative of Zhang Ruibua said proudly, although the cruiser wasn't his. The others watched as the yacht turned. In a naval battle, firing rockets and seizing the limelight, who could beat it? They didn't know that no power would dare to fight a naval battle with Li Yi. Li Yi definitely wouldn't fire rockets, nor would he fire rockets. Li Yi would fire individual shoulder-carried fuel-air explosives and aim at the largest ship. Once fired, all the other ships would collapse. After the fuel-air explosives were fired, the ship would shatter and no one on the ship would survive. Li Yi controlled the yacht and turned it around. He showed it to Zhang Ruibo and the others, and to the people of the Japanese Empire. Let me show you how fast my cruiser is, and how small the turning radius is. Are you proud? Are you afraid of the Japanese Empire? Li Lang, our cruiser is really good. Princess Yongmu was in the steering room, full of happiness. Xiao Lan nodded vigorously, not far away. Yes, our cruiser. The little girl had a leaf in her mouth, and her eyes were smiling like a koala. This was her current home on the sea. The masters of the Tang dynasty and Li Yi's teachers were two different concepts. The masters of the Tang dynasty preached, taught, and dispelled doubts. When the disciples had learned enough, the masters would use their social connections to write recommendation letters and recommend them to the higher-ups, or ask their friends to help take care of them. Li Yi's teachers were professionals. They were paid to teach the children, and both sides were in an employer-employee relationship. However, some teachers were paid and hoped that the students would be like the students of ancient times, positioning themselves as the masters of ancient times. This idea was ridiculous. The reward was not proportional to the effort. They could only teach, not preach. As for dispelling doubts was the education of 3 views. If the teachers themselves didn't have the right views, how could they educate their children? When the children were entangled in a small matter and couldn't let it go, a few teachers could find out in time and say to the children, "A gentleman's heart is moved when things come, and his heart is empty when things go." Li Lang, when the navy of the Tang dynasty comes out in the future, they should first patrol the coast and see if anyone wants to smuggle, right? Princess Yongmu held Li Yi's arm. No. Li Yi was very straightforward. Chapter 1414. Princess Yongmu took half a step forward and tilted her head to look at Li Yi. If you want to take something, you must give it back. The Tang dynasty wants to collect customs taxes to support the navy, so we have to let the sea traders and fishermen see the benefits of the navy, Li Yi said patiently. He told the people around that once the Tang dynasty's navy appeared, they would first help to protect the safety and interests of the Tang dynasty's ships overseas. When the protection was done, the sea traders would not be bullied, and the fishermen would be helped by the navy when they encountered difficulties. At this time, when they turned around to collect taxes, there would be fewer people who opposed it and more people who supported it. They saw it, felt it, and gained benefits from it. When it was time for you to contribute, you would contribute. When you were punished, what else could you complain about? How many people would speak up for you? This was a national matter. First, provide security to the people, then collect money. It was just like collecting taxes after the people of the imperial capital and the Hunan province were removed. In the beginning, the curfew in Chang and city was lifted first, giving people a chance to make money, and then collecting management fees. They had a good reason to act righteously. As he thought, Li Yi's mind wandered. He thought of his country at that time. No matter how much they suffered in the process, they always adhered to the principles. He murmured, 5 principles of peaceful coexistence. Prime Minister, are you also a transmigrator? Do you know? Your philosophy has always been implemented, and our country has won trust bit by bit. We do what we say, we are consistent with what we say, we abide by the rules, we have achieved a lot, and we have gradually gained recognition. Even if some countries say that we are not good on the surface, they have to admit our virtue deep down. When our military and economic strength can compete with the world's largest country. No, when it's about the same. It's the moment when a just cause enjoys abundant support and an unjust cause finds little support. We are living well, and this golden age is as you wish. Li Yi was enlightened. He always thought that when he was in that era, he was very powerful in front of the prime minister at that time. It was useless to understand now. The other party's wisdom could penetrate the future. Thinking about it carefully, if he did not vote for that person at that time and let that person go up, the country's development would probably be finished. The country had gone through 2 difficult periods. One was 10 years. No matter how bad things had been in those 10 years, the key point was that it had achieved political absolutism. The other was the campaign of 1989. The country was so close to being finished again. If there were mistakes in the process, they needed to be criticized. The purpose of criticism was to correct and correct them. Similarly, there was a right that had to be inherited and persevered. Yes, positive energy. There's nothing wrong with that. Li Lang. When Princess Yongmu heard Li Yi's mumbling, she felt as if she had lost her soul and became anxious. It's okay. Don't be afraid. I've thought about how to develop the Tang dynasty in the future. Of course, the spy system needs to be improved. Li Yi had never felt that there was any conflict between spying and being upright. This was because Premier Old Zhou had been in charge of intelligence in the past. He was really amazing. Sigh. Li Yi sighed, feeling a little inferior. He wanted to compare himself to Old Zhou. He had transmigrated, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt that Old Zhou was terrifying. Old Zhou was in charge of intelligence and had the most thorough analysis of people. He probably knew the result and would still choose Old Mao. And in those 10 years, he had advised Old Deng time and time again to not be anxious. In the end, those who deserved to die were all dead. When Old Deng came out, Old Zhou was long gone. What Old Deng carried out was actually not Old Mao's thoughts, but Old Zhou's expectations. Based on this analysis, Old Zhou was even more awesome than Zhuge Liang. Based on the analysis of the records of the 3 kingdoms, there was nothing wrong with scolding Zhuge Liang. He was too independent. At the dining table, it was fine to scold Old Mao without being recorded and framed. Even the people who were drinking would accompany them. But scolding Old Zhou was disgusting. If they were polite, they would change the topic. If they were rude, they would directly scold you. When Tian, if you truly serve the country and the people, history will record it positively. It's the same for people's hearts. Li Yi said emotionally, I know. Li Lang, you are one. The entire Chang and, the capital office, whatever you say. Everyone will believe you. Princess Yongmu said with a smile. Her smile was very sweet. Her man was capable. Yes, trust me. I will go and get seeds for everyone. In the future, there will be roasted sweet potatoes, dried sweet potatoes, baked potato slices, and fried potato strips. There will also be shrimp slices. Put the shrimp powder together with the starch and make it into dry slices. It will puff when fried. Corn is also quite interesting. Not only is the yield high, but the stalk can also be fed to livestock. The key is that it can be used to make popcorn. It is better than rice and sorghum popcorn. Li Yi strengthened his confidence. He had a role model. Moreover, he could enjoy more material things. No, not only material things, but also spiritual and power. Just old song and old bai. If they said they would be sent to the group, they would be sent to the group. How satisfying was that? Who could do anything to him? Therefore, he should think of the people of the Tang dynasty. The corn was delicious, and the corn wine was strong. When the corn was not ripe, it was eaten as a snack like edamame. When you get there, you'll find that there is a crop that is not completely ripe, just like edamame. The whole plant will be made into silage. The cows love to eat it. Li Yi remembered the days when he stole corn when he went to the production team to cut silage. He was young and a child. He thought that the adults did not understand. He stuffed the corn on the seedlings that the adults put down into his clothes. The adults did not realize it. He was too smart. When he grew up and thought about it, it was too embarrassing. The adults just did not say anything. If they asked you to stuff it, how much can you stuff? In the end, the corn was crushed together with the seedlings and made into silage to feed the cows. It was not about you. There were also sweet potatoes. Li Yi had done such things before. Thinking back, he found that he was quite moral. The children in the countryside knew when sweet potatoes were ripe. They would not steal when they were not ripe. When they were ripe, they would eat a few. Including cucumbers, they would steal the big ones. They would not touch the small ones, especially the cucumber flowers and cucumber bones. They would not grow if they were touched. Therefore, the children who stole vegetables at that time were also thieves. When they stole other people's green onions, they usually chose to do it when they were cutting the seedlings. In the process of stealing, they did not steal next to each other. Stealing from a distance was equivalent to helping other people cut the seedlings. Stealing eggplants or tomatoes was called persimmons at that time. The children knew to walk in the furrows and not go up the ridge. Stealing was stealing, but not harming others. Thinking of this, Li Yi laughed foolishly. The people at that time were so simple and honest. They knew to follow the rules when doing bad things. When there are more things, when Tian, we will disguise ourselves and then steal from other people. Stealing cherries without breaking the branches, stealing gourds without pulling the vines, stealing apricots without hitting the green. Li Yi was ready to take Princess Yongmu to do bad things. He was full of emotions. Princess Yongmu had never stolen before. She did not know the joy of stealing sweet potatoes. She was worried. Will the rain stop at the next place? No, the next place is about the same latitude as this place. It will probably rain even more heavily. There are a group of small islands there. Some of them do not have fresh water. We will not consider them as replenishment points. Li Yi wanted to exchange for corn to cook. The next place had almost the same weather as this place. Chapter 14:15. The Aizu Islands were more than 500 nautical miles away from the yacht. According to the speed of more than 30 knots, they would not be able to make it in time for dinner. Li Yi still had to trawl the net to replenish the seafood. After eating the food, he would make up for some fish. In this way, they did not need to eat the canned meat they brought. They could also get shellfish in the shallow water around the island. Deeper water was fine, but not too deep. The bottom trawl on the yacht was useless in the face of a few thousand meters of depth. For shallower water, they used a pump to directly pump up the water, shellfish, and silt. There were aquatic plants in the shallow water area. They were all hung up to see which one was edible. They only needed to catch one big fish, except for the mollusk. They did not eat the mollusk. They would definitely let them go if they caught them. Li Yi selected seafood to help everyone consume unsaturated fatty acids, protein, and vitamins. The winged knights needed to train hard. They needed to replenish sugar and vegetables. A lot of dried green onions, carrots, coriander, cabbage, and so on were prepared. There were also fresh canned food, but they had not eaten it yet. They were eating bean sprouts, garlic sprouts, and fresh mushrooms. There were also a lot of dried mushrooms and dried fruits, including pickled cabbage. There were also some seeds to be planted when they arrived in America. If they were given to the locals, they would cultivate new varieties. Let's learn Pinyin and look up the dictionary. You also have to memorize medical books. When we arrive, help the locals treat diseases. Li Yi set up the autopilot and began to teach the little girl. The little girl was 1 year older after the New Year. Before she met Li Yi, her family would definitely not be happy. The older she grew, the more dangerous it would be. Master, do you want to memorize the dictionary? I have already memorized this thick. The little girl used her hand to measure the dictionary. It was 1/5 of the thickness. No, it's a reference book. It's useless to memorize it. Memorize other things. Li Yi did not know when his eldest disciple started memorizing the dictionary. He could also memorize it himself, but he never did. It was a waste of energy and time. He also knew that there were many people now who could achieve the ability of photographic memory, such as his eldest disciple. Not only did she have a strong memory, but she also had a good comprehension ability. Oh, Then I will memorize the medical book. The little girl's hand moved on the mouse. In front of her was a big screen. Li Yi projected the medical book on top of it. He copied it. He could not directly print out the information. After copying it, he could print it out. Ching Dai didn't need to flip through a book. Her eyes were looking at the big screen, and the words were moving up the screen. Each of the 10 nurses had a small screen in front of them. There was no need for a mouse. All they had to do was swipe their fingers across the screen. The 6 officials each had a book. They did not receive any special treatment. They studied management, the law of the Tang dynasty, and political economy. The 4 craftsmen were in the tool room. There was wood inside, but no iron smelting equipment. At the same time, there was also a computer with graphics software installed. They were pondering, and they cherished the opportunity to learn. The 4 of them were already outstanding, and now they had an additional support. In the past, they did not draw blueprints. Everything was in their minds, including how to build a wooden building, the layout, and the details. Then they began to work, using the mortise and tenon structure. Usually, when building wooden buildings, nails would not be used even if there were nails. They would be used when building ships. Otherwise, how could the ships of the Japanese Empire be defeated by the ships of the Tang dynasty in the naval battle? The ships of the Tang dynasty used iron nails, and the ships were tall and big. Princess Yongmu brought Shaolan, the palace maids, and the eunuchs to deal with the fish. She already knew how to cook several dishes. The dishes she cooked were all Li Yi's favorite dishes. As for the braised pork that she liked to eat, she did not learn how to cook. Zhang Ruibu's ship was also sailing. Compared to Li Yi's yacht, which could be driven by itself, his ship had to be manually adjusted. He also personally went to work. The sails were still wet, and the rain had not stopped. His ship could not pass through the rain area quickly. However, the 20 people did not feel uncomfortable. Instead, they felt warm in their hearts. "Uncle, I have never seen such fine and white salt. How many things can we exchange for this in the Japanese Empire? If they don't know the value, why don't we take it back to Chuanzhou?" The younger generation was still thinking about the refined salt. He had boiled salt by the sea before. If he wanted to make the salt white, he could only use yellow mud water. After boiling it, he would pour the water into another pot and continue to boil it. Even so, the boiled salt was not fine enough. It was like the sand on the beach. Moreover, the color could not reach such a white color. This white color gave people a feeling that it was too pure. Who should we sell it to when we go back? If we exchange it and go back, the price will be high again. This year, Li Dongzhu said that we are not in a hurry to pay the taxes. Let's remember it first. When we go back, we will build another ship and bring more people from the clan to sail together. The more money we earn, the stronger the navy of the Tang dynasty will be. We can't always rely on that special ship. Zhang Ruibu was full of fighting spirit. He had seen the eldest princess and the Dongzhu of the Li family Zhuangzi. That was called a cruiser? So powerful. Uncle, he doesn't know how much money we can earn. Isn't 30% as much as he says? Another younger generation was smart. Zhang Ruibu glared at him. I don't know whether Li Dongzhu knows or not, but I know that if I don't report, I will die in the sea. Do you know that? That is an immortal. His Majesty even gave the princess to him to patrol the sea on behalf of the heavens. Is that ship something that should exist in the human world? Also, are you blind when he flies? How important is making money? Saving our lives is more important. We use money to support the Navy, and the Navy will protect us. Only when we are alive can we have money to spend and continue to make money. Is life more important or money more important? Money is more important. Okay, you die. I will give your family more money later. Don't, uncle. Xiao Shui is still waiting for me to marry her. I will tell her father later that I will not marry. I was wrong, uncle. I was wrong. Life is more important. I will pay the taxes, 30%. Uncle, why is the rope for the anchor so strong? The younger generation quickly admitted his mistake and changed the topic, using the rope as an excuse. Jean Rueba's expression was slightly better. Go back and change to a bigger anchor. With a better anchor rope, it can also fall in deeper water. He liked the rope Li gave him. It was light, strong, and not afraid of blisters. As for the other hemp ropes, when the water was deep, the rope would soak and sway, and its weight would increase. It was easy to break. Even if it didn't break, when the anchor was raised, the rope would be dead heavy. The longer it soaked, the faster the rope would rot. The rope given by Li Yi was the same when it was lowered and when it was retracted. Touching it with his hands, he didn't know what it was made of. There were 2 anchors, one on the port and one on the port. With a new rope, it felt different when the anchor was lowered. The anchor was heavier and bigger, so it could be hooked to the bottom. Uncle, why doesn't the general's ship have a sail? Another child asked. When he flies, he also doesn't have wings. Jean Rueba couldn't answer, so he had to find another way. Uncle, Princess Yongmu is really beautiful, especially when she dances. It turns out that the princess can also dance for us. Another big child laughed and said, For you to see, you can't say it when you go back. If you say it, you will lose your head. Jean Rueba quickly corrected the children's wrong thinking. Princess Yongmu may not say anything. But what about the local officials? They will find an excuse to deal with you. Chapter 1416. Your Majesty, the Turkic envoy has arrived. In the afternoon, Song Jing handed over the Prime Minister's letter. In Li family Zhuangzi, on the 15th day of the first lunar month, Li Longji held morning court in Hanyuan Palace. On the 15th and the first day of the lunar month, court meetings were held. Now that it was over, Li Longji only needed to hold a small court meeting. However, he didn't go to the small court meeting. There were 4 prime ministers. Why would he need to go? Empress Wang and Lu Jiu were both pregnant, so he stayed in Li family Zhuangzi. Wu Jiu also helped to find a woman from the palace to serve Li Longji. Wu Jiu didn't want to have a child immediately. She wanted to fight for favor and find a woman for His Majesty. As for Li Longji, he took out the medicine that Li Yi gave him and gave it to a woman for 22 days. This medicine was not good, but it was also not good. It could easily make a woman fat. If she took it for a few years, she wouldn't be able to exercise or adjust her diet. It was good, but it was indeed good. Some people had irregular menstrual cycles. After taking this, they immediately adjusted. On the 2nd day after stopping the medicine, there was a high chance that they would have menstrual cycles. Then, after menstruation, they would start to take the medicine. Li Longji gave this medicine to some people he didn't have any impression of, and Gao Lisher supervised. Li Longji was now afraid that he would have a child and then compete with the little fellow. He had to consider the situation of a certain woman first. It wasn't that he couldn't raise a child, but he was worried that the harem would be in chaos. At present, he was in a state where the monarch would not attend morning court. He was in the Li family manor reading books, intelligence reports, and memorials. Not having morning court didn't mean that he didn't care about politics. In the past, regardless of gender, the emperor was afraid that he couldn't control the situation and had to hold court meetings. Li Longji didn't care anymore. He went to hold court meetings on the 1st and 15th day of the lunar month. Other times, if there wasn't anything important, he wouldn't go. Is there anyone who dares to make me a figurehead? That's great, let's give it a try. Raising wing knights cost a lot of money. He couldn't use them, so he sent them to the border for disaster relief. The wing knights are here to protect me. Don't you want to build a black tortoise gate for me to see? As Li Longji thought about it, his mind wandered. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Song Jing seemed to be used to others being absent-minded, including Li Yi. Sometimes he would be in a daze when he said something. Ah, Li Longji came back to his senses. I'm not seeing you. I've already decided. If you have the ability, you Turkic people can beat me up. The winged knights continued to practice with their guns. Bang, bang, bang. Batches of flame caps were used up and brought back to be remade. That's exactly what I'm doing. Song Jing had just come over to report and wait for dinner. After dinner, he would pack some food and bring it home. He only had 1 or 2 bowls of chicken noodle soup at noon, so he was almost full. He would eat a few mouthfuls at night and take them home to eat with his family. I support you. Baigu smacked his lips. He only had a bowl of steamed egg soup for lunch. It was made with 3 eggs and was stewed. He was also waiting for dinner. Wasn't it the beginning of spring? The air was humid. If he brought back spicy dishes and medicinal herbs, the spiciness would be reduced to a very low level. Su Yi and Zhang Jilin nodded. They were counting on him to pack some food. They didn't feel embarrassed. In the whole world, which food could compare to the Li family Zhuangzi's canteen? Zhuangzi's canteen was the most expensive, but their taste was much worse. What's the Kaithans and Shi tribes doing? Li Longji didn't ask about the Turks, but the northeast. They brought many mushrooms, ginseng, pine nuts, walnuts, tussa pupa, hazelnuts, dried oysters, mink fur, deer antlers, and live deer. Baigu was in charge of collecting taxes and refunds. The goods from the northeast were taxed first and refunded later. Collecting taxes was money. The Li family's farmstead directly gave them money. The refunds were for the goods and included profits. The imperial court took a portion of the profits. It's spring. The frozen ground has opened up. The roads are not easy to travel. Li Longji said with a compassionate look. Song Jing and the others immediately looked at the eunuch, who was holding a box. No, looking at the box. They were all experienced people. What roads were easy to travel? The key was whether Li Yi had made a move in advance. I heard that the roads are still being repaired. The 4 places there lack money and have few people. It's not easy to travel in the cold weather. Spring is here. Li Longji continued to be in his previous state with a trace of melancholy. In the past, many officials would stand up and express their sorrow at court. However, at this moment, the 4 chancellors were trying to figure out what he meant. Lack of money wasn't a problem. The Tang dynasty had money, but few people? What was there to say when spring came? The weather was cold, and the people there hadn't opened up? Yes, no, it was still early. The Yellow River had opened up, but there were still cold places there. I heard that the Hadong Jidushi and Taiyuan Prefecture had too much coal. Some people even suggested using coal to build roads. It was easier to travel than yellow mud. I also heard that the people there couldn't find anything to do and had no work. I was very worried. One side is suffering from the cold, and the other side has too much coal, but few people. What kind of coal does the Li family Zhuangzi use? Li Longji began to hint. He was dissatisfied. What are you chancellors thinking all day? There's a lot of coal in Taiyuan. No one knows where the coal mines are in the northeast. The people in Taiyuan have to work hard to farm. Do you understand? The Li family Zhuangzi uses coal for smelting. The temperature is high. Do you want to cook it? Su Yi tried to guess the emperor's meaning. Let the Kaitans and Shi tribes come over to buy coal? Song Jing asked from an economic point of view. Sell coal and collect taxes. Baigu directly asked for money. Zhang Jilin looked at the 3 and asked, Is the Li family Zhuangzi's coal different from others? He had just arrived last year and had not come into contact with many things. It was mainly because these things were too small and no one told him. Gao Lisher said the Li family Zhuangzi's coal is made from coal washing. It's all good coal. If the Li family Zhuangzi needs to cook it, they can cook it themselves. So it's to let the people of Taiyuan wash coal and sell it to the Kaitans and Shi tribes. How much? How many people can wash it? Su Yi was enlightened. It was too simple. Yes, how much? Li Longji was melancholy. He finally understood why it was so easy to talk to Brother Yi. Some people say that one can understand the meaning of a song. When it came to Brother Yi, he immediately came up with a complete plan. The Prime Minister is too stupid. Don't you have any strategic thinking? What's the most important thing now? Population. Li Longji took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. In the name of building roads, heating, and smelting coal, we'll recruit the Khitans, Shi tribes, and Bohai tribes to work in the Tang dynasty. We'll pay them more. The coal washers earn a lot of money. One person can earn 40 yuan a day. 40 yuan is enough to buy food for several days. There's a lack of population, and we can't develop local industries. Most of the money we earn will be spent on labor, especially when the roads aren't smooth enough. We'll use mineral resources to exchange for human resources. The price of the mineral resources will be higher than the price of hiring people. This will suppress the foreign tribes. Li Longji has already taught the Prime Ministers a lesson. He's already given you the book. Why don't you study hard? You don't understand non-military invasion? I've already learned it, although I'm still far from it. People like you complain in private that you don't have enough power. What power do you have? What benefits? I'll endure and wait. When the Li family Zhuangzi students have gained experience in the local areas, I won't need anyone else in the imperial court. I know my mistake. Song Jing didn't flatter Li Longji. He directly admitted his mistake. He really didn't expect this. For example, in Guanzhong's book, there are all kinds of economic warfare. When he read it before, he felt that it was correct. Now that he compared it, they weren't even on the same level. If I buy your things, you specialize in producing them. If I don't buy them, you're finished. This was Guanzhong's economic warfare. Look at Li Yi's. He brought you along to make money. He could cripple you at any time, but he could also let you live a good life at any time. It was impossible to guard against. There were traps everywhere. Chapter 14:17. Song Jing and the rest were informed. Tomorrow they would send people to contact the Shi tribe, Khitan, and Bohai kingdom. Your Majesty, how about 40 coins per person a day? Su Yi asked for the specific figure. In the Tang dynasty, coal washers earn 40 coins a day in winter. In many places in the Tang dynasty, a few people in a family can't even earn 40 coins. 10 coins give more to the Khitans. Li Longji rejected. He was just saying, according to the daily needs of the people over there, 10 coins was more than enough. The lives of the people in Taiyuan Prefecture weren't good enough. If they gave too much to outsiders, what would the locals think of the imperial court? Your Majesty, do you provide food and accommodation? Zhang, Juling, thought of the people from the capital who came from outside. 1 or 2 months ago, they gave them things and didn't collect rent. You're asking me about such a small matter? Li Longji was unhappy. Can't you come up with a memorial first, and then let me read it? One question after another. What use do I have for you? Your Majesty, tomorrow morning, we will send a memorial to Zhuangzi. Song Jing hurriedly followed up. Yes, I forgot. It should be handled by the Prime Ministers. No, the Prime Ministers shouldn't be handling it. It should be written by the subordinates, and the Prime Ministers should read it. Li Longji pondered for a moment, send people to pick them up and protect them along the way. When they arrive, the weather will warm up. Pay attention to hygiene. I heard that in Taiyuan Prefecture, even drinking water is boiled. Because it's close to the capital, the Li family Zhuangzi has a lot of subsidies. Let the outsiders build their own shacks, estimate the local price of grain and oil, hire people to make big pots of rice, and collect money from the workers. There's no need to make a profit. It's enough to balance the wages of the cooks. 10 coins, not calculated by the day, but by the piece. The maximum amount of coal washers per day is set at 10 coins. Li Longji had just asked others to write it down, but he ended up talking about it himself. This included prescribing medicine for those who were sick, not allowing outsiders to gamble and bully each other. Money would be distributed monthly, but it wouldn't be handed over to the other party to avoid losing it. Expenses would be recorded and deducted from the wages of those who had expenses. Li Longji said a lot and considered all the details. Remember, send people out tomorrow morning. Otherwise, it will take a few more days for you to think it through. Li Longji finally explained why he was responsible for all the details. The 4 chancellors were completely inexperienced in such matters. They had to look through the memorials that were submitted to them personally. If they didn't meet the standards, they would send them back. They would write and look at them again. Your subjects understand. The 4 of them replied in unison. They lowered their heads and blushed slightly. Get ready to eat, Li Longji said helplessly. There were 2 kinds of helplessness. One was why were the standards of the chancellors getting lower and lower? The other option was to quickly let them eat first, then pack up and go home. It was not dinner time yet. Song Jing and the other 3 went to wash their hands. They all wanted to eat less and then take it home. It was not good to take it home directly. His Majesty is now asking for details, Baigu whispered to his 3 colleagues as he washed his hands. Your Majesty, you should have a strategically advantageous position and be meticulous in everything. How much more can we do? Song Jing was not very satisfied. He passed it to his subordinates, and they would understand. Xiao Yi said that details determine success or failure. We can ask the relevant departments to write a few more memorials for comprehensive consideration. Zhang Juling thought of a solution. When he was building the road, there were many craftsmen who came up with ideas. He had to do field inspections and measurements. They all relied on one person to perfect it, unless it was Li Yi. They've started. The hired workers are probably not just for the number of people. Su Yi thought that there were more tricks to follow. Don't think about it anymore. I'm tired. Let's eat. I've already brought the takeout boxes. Baigu wiped his hands clean and went to the cafeteria. At dusk, the sky cleared up. The dark clouds from an hour ago had turned into the shape of fish scales. The people on the yacht put on gloves and picked the prawns on the deck. They were not in a hurry to eat. They were waiting for a place to anchor the boat and eat barbecue. The prawns that were caught had to be processed and made into dried prawns, which could be eaten as snacks. Although many people live on the island, it's not easy to eat clean prawns. When we reached the destination, the locals also like prawns very much. Li Yi's hands quickly sorted the prawns and talked about how it was not easy to catch fish. Their nets are not good. Xiao Lan followed beside Princess Yongmu and pulled away the unwanted fish. Most of them were black fish and they were not big. There was no shortage of fish on the boat. The winged knights next to them used a shovel to push the unwanted fish into the sea. The seabirds surrounded them and landed on the surface of the sea to fight for them. For them, if there were fish, they could not eat the prawns. The prawns were too small. If they did not take the initiative to give the fish to the seabirds would land and eat it themselves. At that time, they would have to chase the seabirds away. The prawn-picking boats basically left a few openings on the side. One was used to drain the deck on rainy days, and the other could be used to push the fish down. The seabirds waited for food below and did not come up to cause trouble. When we reached the destination, the locals have fishing nets, spears, and sticks to catch fish. They have boats made of hollowed-out wood. Li Yi talked about the situation of the Native Americans. He did not go into too much detail. For example, he talked about the Mayan, Inca, and other ethnic groups. Princess Yongmu stopped working when she heard this. She sat there and looked at Li Yi. She did not ask how Li Yi knew. In her opinion, it would be strange if Li Lang did not know anything. They have their own social structure and will fight with each other. Usually they will form a large group in the end. Some of the people there are more friendly and willing to help others. Some of them are aggressive and eat people. Unlike those who ate their own children after a disaster, they ate humans out of a non-survival need. For example, they say that eating human meat can cure some diseases, and they also receive the blessings of God, and so on. Li Yi began to instill the bad side of the indigenous people in everyone's mind. They did not want to think that they were all good people and let their guard down. Eating people? Two-legged sheep? And the army used to eat people too, Princess Yongmu said. Yes, Under some special circumstances, there will always be people who treat their own kind as food. And at this time, people are no longer human. Li Yi stopped what he was doing and looked at Princess Yongmu. He thought to himself that in the history of the Tang dynasty, even the emperor ate people in the later stages. Do people still eat people in the Tang dynasty? Princess Yongmu was in a bad mood. When there are no major disasters, there won't be. When there are major disasters, I'm around. Didn't we survive the locust plague and drought? Li Yi was proud when he talked about these two things. He was the one who handled them. Li Longji did not go to Luoyang, so Wang Wei did not go either. Princess Yongmu smiled again. Yes, yes. With Li Lang around, there won't be any incidents of people eating people. In the future, more roads will be built, including railways. Even if we can't cross the Yangtze River, the Pearl River, and the Yellow River with our current technology, it's still good to transport things by boat. As Li Yi spoke, he grabbed a fish that weighed half a catty and threw it into the sky. A seabird flew up to catch it, shook its neck, and swallowed it. Look, there are many fish in the sea. Build big fishing boats and steamships to send pickled fish to all parts of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi remembered that the American colonists once made large quantities of pickled cod and sold it as food elsewhere. As for the slaughter of seals and whales, it was more for oil. Chapter 1418. That's right, Li Lang. There are so many fish in the sea. Every time we cast the net, we can catch more food than we can finish. Princess Yongmu's eyes lit up. She found that as long as she cast the net, she could catch shrimps, and catch fish. It was very easy. She just had to throw the net down and pull it up. She didn't know that there was the help of sonar. The reason why she changed the net to catch shrimps today was because the sonar had found a group of shrimps. When there was no sonar, Li Yi would never throw the net down. Otherwise, how could he catch seawater? Princess Yongmu imagined that a boat of fish would be sent to the disaster area. The people there didn't harvest any grain and couldn't eat rice and noodles. In the end, they had to eat fish for every meal. Thinking about it, she laughed out loud. Why not eat meat? If a person is limited from birth to the scope of his knowledge, he must have many things that he doesn't know. Those born in the desert don't know the vastness of the sea, and those born on the reef island don't know the density of the forest. Living in the palace for a long time and not knowing about the outside world, how can he know how many meals the villagers have a day? As the saying goes, reading 10,000 books is not as good as walking 10,000 miles. Books should be read and roads should be walked. Li Yi didn't laugh. He didn't think that Emperor Jinhui's mistake was only because of Emperor Jinhui himself. The purpose of his words was not to defend Emperor Jinhui. It was in the past, and it was useless to blame anyone. He was talking to the 6 officials and his eldest disciple. I really didn't know about the outside world before. I didn't know how to cook. Princess Yongmu admitted first that she began to learn how to cook after meeting Li Yi. She didn't know many things. Oh, she knew about the fights in the palace. But how did grasshoppers breathe? What did dragonflies look like when they were young? How did tadpoles turn into frogs? How could mosquitoes bite people and bring other people's diseases? She didn't know any of these things. Ever since she met Li Yi, she realized that the world was so wonderful. It seemed that there was knowledge in everything, and there were endless questions. As long as Li Lang asked, he would tell you the answer. Therefore, the more knowledge you have, the more broad-minded you are and the more determined you are. For example, an ordinary laborer would do all he could for a small profit. You might think it was a small profit, but to him, it might be a family meal. When those in power laugh at hard work, they should be even more ashamed. For example, in the capital, how many people are left who are scheming for small benefits? Li Yi continued to instruct the 6 officials. In the past, people who worked at the docks or helped others move things would play tricks and shamelessly ask for an extra copper coin. Being looked down upon by officials and losing face. Unruly commoners. It's still better for us to be officials. In fact, 1 copper coin was enough for the helper's family to eat their fill. Only when the local official told the other party to eat his fill, and the other party acted like that, could you say that the other party was in the wrong and educate him. Looking at the problem from the other party's point of view, many things became clear. Some of the officials are even worse. They're just prostitutes trying to build a monument to their chastity. Xiaolan suddenly said and turned to look at the 6 officials. The 6 officials, they were embarrassed, but more than that, they were afraid. Would Xiaolan urge Li Dongzhu to throw them into the sea to feed the fish? Li Yi smiled and said to the 6 of them, Xiaolan is not targeting any of you. The 6 of them heaved a sigh of relief. Before they could relax, they heard Li Yi say, Xiaolan is saying that the officials are not good people. Ha ha ha, hee hee. The woman among the nurses, Princess Yongmu, and the others laughed out loud. In an instant, the awkwardness caused by Xiaolan's words disappeared. Xiaolan secretly stuck out her tongue. Master, I'm an official. I'm a good person. The little girl argued, and her laughter became even louder. Hurry up and do your work. After dealing with this, the sky will be dark. If you don't pick things under the light, your eyes will be tired. Li Yi returned to business and quickly sorted the prawns with his hands. The seabirds were still fighting for food under the gradually dimming sun. They didn't care about etiquette or not. The key was to eat their fill, even if they were full. The sky was dark. The yacht arrived at the 8-Zhang Island of the Itu Islands. At this time, there was no new island. The drone took off again. Li Yi controlled it to look for people looking for living people. According to the records on this island, it was said that Emperor Qin Shi Huang sent Su Fu to find the elixir of immortality. It was also said that the women lived on the 8-Zhang Island, while the men lived on Tsingtao. Li Yi didn't know whether this was true or not. He wanted to see. Anyway, Fujiwara Mahjong and the other people from the Japanese Empire who came to the Tang dynasty didn't know about the situation here. When the drone was about to run out of battery, Li Yi regretfully controlled it to fly back. He hurriedly charged it. There was no one, not a single person. They are all active volcanoes. It's good that there's no one. Who would want to live in a dangerous place? Sigh. Li Yi felt a little regretful. Soon he felt relieved. It didn't matter whether there were people or not. The island was good, and the climate was suitable. He could build houses, establish a stronghold, and the islands next to it. Anything that could be called an island in Li Yi's time must have fresh water on it. It was a place that could sustain people's lives. If there wasn't, it could only be called a reef. Stay on the yacht tonight. Don't go down. There are a lot of mosquitoes on this island. It's dangerous. After breakfast tomorrow, we'll find a fresh water source on the island. I'll give everyone a chainsaw and cut down trees along the way. Try to find a dry place where our people can come over and use the trees as firewood. Li Yi began to think about the future of the Tang dynasty's fleet. The fleet came out a few months later than him. They could build wooden houses first. The wood was hollowed out with a grinding machine. Refined salt was added inside. It could be eaten even if it was wet. The others helped to prepare the barbecue. Before, they had been braising wood, but now it was all charcoal. Seafood banquet, yellow rice wine. My mouth is full of a bitter taste. The little girl, Qing Dai, complained. She drank the medicine half an hour ago. In the past, she never complained about the bitterness of the medicine. But now she had a master. She learned to be coquettish. Did you put too much licorice? Li Yi followed the topic and asked, How is that possible? I decocted the medicine for myself. Am I stupid? The little girl had a look that said, You can't doubt my professionalism. Then did you put too little sugar? Li Yi asked again. I didn't put any sugar at all. It tastes worse with sugar. Master, I don't want to be friends with you. The little girl said and reacted. Okay. It's my fault. Come, eat a big prawn. It's fine as long as it's cooked. Don't roast it too hard. Li Yi gave a big prawn to his eldest disciple. The prawn lines were picked out by Qing Dai and the nurses for practice. If you can't even pick out the prawn lines, how can you perform surgery? You see a doctor picking out the prawn lines on the back of the big prawn, and then the doctor wants to perform surgery on you. Are you afraid? Which department is the doctor from? How about the heart or brain department? Do you still want to perform surgery? The prawn lines were picked well. The surrounding prawn meat was not damaged at all. It was even better than the chef. The little girl held a pair of chopsticks in each hand. At the same time, she stretched out her chopsticks to pick up the big prawn. She constantly adjusted the position of the chopsticks and took small bites. This was the method taught by Li Yi. Both hands must be flexible. If she could pick up the prawn with both chopsticks, she would do so. After a long time, both hands would cooperate well. Chapter 1419. The 10 nurses were also using chopsticks with both hands. In the beginning, they were not used to using their left or right hands. Some of them were left-handed. Now, they tasted like crabs and were very flexible. As for why they did not use their other hand, it was because they needed to synchronize their hands during surgery. It was quite impolite to use chopsticks in each hand. Not only chopsticks, but there were also spoons, which was the small spoon used to drink soup. Normally, no matter which hand they were used to, they could hold the spoon and chopsticks with one hand and switch back and forth. The normal operation of the Chinese was to use one hand to hold two things together. When drinking soup, the fingers would move and the spoon would flip out. When picking food, the fingers would move again and the spoon would be taken back and the chopsticks would be thrown out. Li Yi used to do this when he was young, and some people said that it was impolite. Li Yi always felt that it had nothing to do with being polite. It was impolite to stare at other people eating. You would not want to set rules and say that other people were impolite when you saw other people doing that. To put it bluntly, it was self-righteous. When one's own people broke into the parliament, it was called a riot. When other people broke into the government, it was called a democratic appeal. Princess Yongmu was working hard at the side. She realized that she could barely pick food with her left hand. She had practiced for half a year. However, if she also held a pair of chopsticks with her right hand, she would not be able to use them with her left hand. Moreover, these people were switching spoons and chopsticks back and forth. She turned her head and looked at Qing Dai. The little girl had not learned for a long time, but her hands were flexible now. This was her talent. Master's wife, what do you want to eat? The little girl was shy from being stared at and asked Princess Yongmu. Nothing. I just want to see what you want to eat. Princess Yongmu was very happy to be called Master's wife. I can eat anything, but when I eat spicy food, I can't eat spicy food. I will be affected. The little girl looked at it from a medical point of view. She would taste the food when she ate, just like how she tasted herbs. Once spicy food was added, she would make mistakes in her judgment. However, she still had to work hard to get used to it because hops were used to anesthetize people. She had to try it, right? There was also toad cake, which was even more numbing. If she took the medicine of this toad cake before sleeping at night, she would suffocate easily. Qing Dai, only by enjoying every little bit of life can you improve your profession. Those who live for their profession are trapped in their profession and will never be able to break through. Li Yi's heart ached for his eldest disciple. He was thinking about medicinal properties even while eating. This was not good. Whether it was his psychology, physiology, or professional research, everything would be affected. He was the master, so he had to understand his disciple's situation, correct his mistakes in time, and guide him. If it had been some of his teachers back then, things would have been different. He saw a student who studied hard every day. His grades were good, and he was not afraid of being short-sighted. He was the top student in his grade, while others were playing in between classes. This student was studying. Good child, work hard and work hard. While others were on vacation, this student was taking extra classes. Good child, work hard. Teacher is proud of you. You have to get into the key areas. If you get in, teacher will have a bonus. The other students, who only knew how to play, were too insensible. They didn't know how tiring it was for the teacher to assign homework in the group. It was very tiring for the teacher. Oh, those children with rich families and sensible parents are also not bad. Confucius said that they should be given gifts. That's right, the 6 rights of learning. Parents these days really don't understand. The Book of Rights has already recorded it. So why don't they know how to respect their teachers? Do you know Qing Men Li Shui? That is, students respect their teachers. You guys are really getting worse and worse. Sad. Didn't Confucius say so? If there is something, the disciple will do the work. What Confucius meant was that students should help their teachers deal with some things. If the student was not capable, then the student's parents were also not capable. Li Yi was not such a teacher. He also didn't have such a wicked idea of a teacher, especially when it came to understanding literature. He didn't need to explain things to his students. Right now, he just wanted his eldest disciple to be happy. He didn't want the little girl to become a tool. The little girl could study medicine and help more people so that she could be happy. But she absolutely couldn't become a burden. She had to do what she had to do. No one had the right to use morality to kidnap others. It was the most immoral to kidnap others through the internet. If one day teleportation could be achieved, he believed that moral kidnapping at the end of the internet would disappear because people were afraid of death. At this moment, Li Yi knew that others didn't dare to kidnap him with morality. He also didn't want his eldest disciple to kidnap herself with morality. Morality was spontaneous and not restrained by others. Of course, morality was also restrained by education. It was a social behavior that was in line with the interests of most people. This was positive energy. The content it contained was very complicated. It was not black or white. Master, are you saying that you want me to put down treating diseases and saving people first? The little girl didn't understand so many philosophical ideas. She was simple-minded. As doctors, we should feel happiness, not pain. We are willing to laugh with the patients, not cry with the sick. Optimistic people can always inspire others to be optimistic. Doctors with sad faces can cause patients with minor diseases to become seriously ill. Our great Tang's curses are meant to guide others through their mental state. Praise life, be grateful for the greatness of life, be positive, optimistic, and upward. Li Yi organized his words and taught his eldest disciple. Even if the little girl had wrong ideas, he would slowly correct and guide her. He would never tell the little girl, "Go and ask your parents to come here." If a student had a problem under the teacher's guidance, how could the teacher have the face to ask the parents? Was he admitting that he was incompetent? No, the teacher's meaning was actually very clear. He was in charge of the student's curriculum, and other aspects were her parents' problems. As a teacher, I am only in charge of teaching. I teach mathematics. Do you think I have to teach your child how to behave? Do you think I am a teacher in ancient times? What are you thinking? But on Teacher's Day, is your family so insensible? In ancient times, people paid attention to respecting their teachers. Did you respect your teacher? You just gave me a card made by yourself and said that the teacher had worked hard. F***CK, you gave me a card for working hard? Do you know who gave me a $10,000 gas card? Practice is the real thing. How did the teacher teach you? Listen to what you say and observe what you do. No matter how good your words are, you don't show it in your actions. How hypocritical are you and your parents? The disciple of Confucius, from tomorrow onwards, you will learn music, painting, stillness, and movement from me. I will also teach you the tea ceremony and the wine ceremony, but don't get immersed in it. If one person is weak, many will move the mountain. Take medicine as the first and teach the latecomers. Let's work together. As a teacher, I am not a teacher. I should live with the Tao. In the future, you'll have more students. What we pass on is not the sadness of the patients, but the hope of the living. Li Yi never thought about the return of his students. The moment he recognized Feng Qingdai as his disciple was a sacrifice. He wanted his eldest disciple to pass on his ideas, which could be said to be the Tao, to others. He felt that he would squeeze the material value of his students and their families to serve himself. When he saw a genius, he wanted to let him shine in this field. Dongzhu. The 4 craftsmen knelt on one knee. They had learned. Dongzhu. The winged knights knelt on one knee. They recognized him. Dongzhu. The nurses bowed. They were not allowed to kneel. Li Yi asked them to. Dongzhu. The palace maids and eunuchs bowed as if they were dancing. Li Lang. Princess Yongmu and Xiao Lan squatted. The 6 officials cupped their fists and bowed to the ground. You don't have to do this. The Tang dynasty is at the beginning of its prosperity. I am here to encourage you. Li Yi tidied up his clothes and cupped his fists in return. Chapter 1420. It was the same barbecue, but when they ate it again, it tasted even better. Everyone was full of confidence for the future. Li Yi was still as calm as before. He was used to it. It was just the job of a leader. When a group of people did not know what to do, someone had to stand up. No matter what difficulties they faced, they had to remain calm. They had to be able to remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of them. With a backbone, everyone would be able to combine their strength and be successful in every endeavor. There were no people on 8 Zhang Island, and there were no animals. There were seabirds, but there was no lack of mosquitoes and flies. Where did the mosquitoes and flies come from? It was probably related to the storm and the birds. At dawn, the boat lowered the kayaks. Everyone got on the island and wrapped themselves up tightly. Li Lang, are there any rats? Princess Yongmu wore a veil to defend herself. If you want rats, you have to have a male and a female if the rats were washed over by the water. Over the years, there have been tornadoes again and again. Theoretically, there should be snakes that were swept over. Let's look around the island. The island is also a good place to anchor. It's surrounded by active volcanoes that will erupt. Generally, no one is willing to live here. Li Yi was not very sure since it was his first time here. What if he was wrong? If he was wrong, then so be it. After analyzing it again, who would dare to cut off his head? Standing on the island was not comfortable at all. There was no sign of human habitation, other than rocks, sand, grass, trees, vines, and other messy things. There was no enjoyment to be found at all. The winged knights used a chainsaw and lawnmower that Li Yi had exchanged to open a path. Wherever they encountered grass, the rotary lawnmower would cut the grass at the roots with a buzzing sound. When they encountered trees, the chainsaw would make a loud noise. For craftsmen carried manual pressurized spray bottles and sprayed medicine. Li Yi wanted to open a path to a water source. There were medicines to kill insects and paraquat. Some of the winged knights and craftsmen wore a full set of protective equipment in front. Li Yi was not in a hurry to leave. He was more afraid of paraquat. If he had just inhaled it, he could still do something about it. However, if he had taken a little longer. Sigh, let's look at the waves on the beach. Let me tell you, sand is not suitable for making concrete. It contains salt. Li Yi tried to find something to talk about and casually shared some knowledge. The palace maids and eunuchs hurriedly took out notebooks and brushes to record, not missing a single word. There's no need to remember it. I'll sort it out later. Do you remember this sentence too? Stop! Li Yi shouted. Are you going to record my daily life? Dongzhu, I can't not remember. Tao Hong said with a bitter face. She also didn't want to remember. When everyone was playing, once Li Yi spoke, he couldn't play anymore. I want exchange for something that will automatically record everything, including sound and image. When I return, I'll cut it open and let many people stare at it, taking notes as they watch. Li Yi thought of a good idea and recorded it. As he spoke, he took out 4 sets of recording devices and taught everyone how to use them. He put one on himself, and the other 3 chose the position and angle. Tao Hong and the others revealed a bitter expression, as if saying, "Why didn't you take it out earlier? There are still too few people and craftsmen." The wood is still wet, and it's not easy to break it into boards. The people who came later needed to spend their own time repairing the boats. Li Yi saw a 1-meter diameter tree fall, but he didn't feel any heartache. It wasn't his time. In America now, 2-meter diameter trees were very common. There were also the Southwest barbarians of the Tang dynasty. There were many trees. Later, it was said that they were planting cash crops, rubber trees. The country had already ordered that the trees that weren't dead were not allowed to be cut down to plant rubber trees. The locals began to peel the bark. In their eyes, a 1,000-year-old tree wouldn't earn them a single cent. They forcefully killed the tree, cut it down, and planted rubber trees. When it was time to extract rubber, the international price of rubber plummeted. The people who planted rubber complained that it wasn't worth much anymore, and they couldn't survive. Li Yi had never criticized the ordinary people there. He didn't say that they were bullied or disfigured. Just look at the local provincial governments, first and second in command, as well as Xiaoguo's case. The local government was rotten to the core. The only thing Feng Yu could do was not to go. He didn't want to bring a bunch of bodyguards and wait for the local people to find fault with him. He also didn't want to publicize the local political corruption. It was meaningless and a waste of time. Feng Yu knew that the environment there was like a cesspool. What's the obligation to dig for feces? There was no need to care about the trees on the island now. That's right. We also need to import some tree species, such as black locust trees. We don't want the big cacti. We need to collect the beautiful succulent plants and sell them at Wen Tian Lan Xiang Pavilion. Coupled with special advertising slogans, I believe that the rich women will be willing to buy them. Li Yi wanted more rich people, but he also felt that the rich should take out more money. Li Lang, is the succulent braised pork? Princess Yongmu asked. She had eaten Spanish mackerel stuffed buns in the morning, and now she was hungry. Succulent? No, but some can be eaten. Some can be used as medicine, and some can be eaten. We have aloe vera that can be used as a dish and medicine. Li explained. Succulent and braised pork belong to 2 different worlds. Can it be braised? Princess Yongmu swallowed her saliva. There's nothing in the world that can't be braised, but not everything can be eaten. Can braised rocks be eaten? I can't bite it. Li Yi tried to be tactful. He couldn't dispel Princess Yongmu's enthusiasm to eat braised pork. The key was that braised pork was the most authentic braised pork. It was a square inch of fatty meat that was bright red. Every bite would leave a mouthful of oil, but it wasn't greasy. It's just not useful. Princess Yongmu felt regretful. It's the same as gemstones. The biggest function is to appreciate and show one's social status. A person's needs are not only to eat and drink, but also to gain respect. Li Yi talked to Princess Yongmu about a person's needs and the different ways to gain respect. Rich people could gain respect from some people. Those people respected money. Some people could also gain respect from others. Even if they didn't have money, those people respected the person's ability and contribution. There was no right or wrong, or it could be said that everything was right. Money, in fact, was a resource. In ancient times, it would be food. Shouldn't a person who had a lot of food be respected? What? This person didn't distribute the food? Then get rid of him. Therefore, Li Yi always thought that he would respect how much money a person had. It was impossible. That person didn't give him any money. However, people who could help him earn money and increase the production of food for the people in his society should be respected. Princess Yongmu thought for a while. Glass is also very expensive. Glass can be used to bask in the sun, make greenhouses, binoculars, kerosene lamps, and thermos bottles. Yes, some gemstones also play a special role, but the demand is not high. What about spiritual enjoyment? For example, you are the real Princess Yongmu now. What do you want? Is it the admiration of the people? Li Yi didn't deny any kind of value. No, I just want to follow you, Li Lang, and eat braised pork. Princess Yongmu shook her head slightly. Li. Chapter 14:21. Rumble, rumble. Trees fell down one after another. Li finally started to move forward. As long as paraquat was not directly inhaled, it was basically harmless. He went back to wash his clothes. Before we leave, let's catch some fish and make them into dried fish. Hang them in the wooden house. They must be cooked and add more salt. Because the place is humid, without salt they will rot. Li looked at the fallen trees on both sides of the road and said what to do after targeting this place. Li actually wanted to make dried fish. Even in a humid environment, as long as the ventilation system was good, it could still be preserved for a long time. As for the harmful substances, such as nitrite, that was something to be considered after eating. They were about to starve to death. Who would calculate what kind of food contained substances that could harm the human body? Would nitrite cause a lot of harm? The people of China ate all kinds of things, and their lifespans were gradually increasing. Was it because they did not eat those things? How was that possible? How many people did not eat salted vegetables? According to that, red meat was not good, fat was worse. Only eating vegetables without protein was not good, carbohydrates were not good, soy products had high purine content, and drinking milk would cause problems. If that was the case, starving to death was the best. Drinking water was a problem. Drinking tap water from the water plant had purifiers in it. Drinking filtered, purified water without mineral elements. Drinking water had excessive bacteria. Drinking well water had too many minerals and was hard water. Holding on to not eating or drinking water for a while, one would have to breathe, right? A breath of air inside as Li thought about it. The rhythm of his breathing became chaotic. He muttered, "Damn it, you guys are just using this to attract attention. Those who are really capable are the doctors who treat other people. They never post such self-righteous things." After scolding, Li Yi's breathing rhythm returned to normal. It was too cool. What expert? What data collection? It was all just claptrap. Those people just wanted to get more investments and sponsorships to collect data. As for whether the data was real or not, they would know by looking at how the countries with the highest technology operated. Do you want to make canned food? Princess Yongmu did not know how to read minds and did not know what Li Yi was thinking. She only felt that they should provide better assistance to the latecomers. You need vegetable oil or the hermetically sealed water during the distillation process. Li Yi explained the processing method of canned seafood. Between soaking in water and soaking in oil was better, but it couldn't be animal fat because oil would change, while vegetable oil was relatively stable. He told her about this matter. When they arrived at the place, they saw a lake. It was the source of fresh water. Everyone else was used to it, but the little girl didn't understand. She was the type of person who followed whatever her master said. The 6 officials felt their heads buzzing. What vegetable oil and animal fat? Who made that rule? This was not within the scope of their knowledge. As they followed him all the way here, they were unable to understand anything good or bad. You guys can't figure it out, right? Li noticed that other than the eldest disciple, only the 6 officials looked confused. The winged knights knew how to do it, so they had to learn. The palace maids and eunuchs were always in the Li family zhuangzi. If they had the chance to learn, they would have been eliminated long ago. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan had helped out in the laboratory, not to mention the nurses. Dongzhu, please teach us. An official took the initiative to speak up. It wasn't shameful at all. It involves the content of biology. Most of it is aerobic life, which is carbon-based life. Of course, there are also non-carbon-based life. The latter doesn't need to be considered too much. Oxygen is the most abundant in water. Once it's deoxygenated, it means that the foundation of life is destroyed. If you don't drink water, you will die of thirst. There are many things that need to drink water. It's just that the way they drink water is different. For example, grass, fleas, lice, and so on, they all need water. Li Yi's lecture was very strenuous. The content involved couldn't be finished in a single class. He could only tell the officials as much as possible about the use of salt from a biological point of view. After he finished speaking, he changed the topic. The officials should govern the place with the appropriate amount of salt. If it's too salty, it will dry up. If it's too light, it will rot. Water can grow, but the people's hearts will surge. If you steal the peak stone, the mountain will collapse. If you rob the dam's soil, the water will flood. If you take the people's ointment, the people will rebel. Those who govern should know the immensity of the sky and the depth of the earth, the rotation of the sun and moon, and the advance and retreat of the tides. Li Yi was in charge of the Ministry of Personnel and taught the officials, who asked them to follow him out to sea. Let's go and take a look. The water in this water source might not necessarily be fresh water. Even if it is, it might not be suitable for people to drink. Li Yi didn't give the officials a sense of pressure. After he finished speaking, others had to respond. Li Yi didn't need to. Some small leaders in companies would be like this. It meant that they had to give him an answer in a short period of time to make him happy. Li Yi wasn't a small leader. He finished speaking and let others slowly think about it. If anyone thought that they were smart, they would immediately give their thoughts as soon as Li Yi finished speaking. This person was almost in place. Think thrice before you act. Who didn't know how to understand simple things? You think you can answer first? Xiao Lan held Princess Yongmu's arm. When she looked at Li Yi, her eyes turned into peach shapes. She lowered her voice. Princess, your Li Lang is too amazing. He knows his limits. As she spoke, she paused because Princess Yongmu turned to look at her with a smile on her face. Xiao Lan pouted. Our husband is amazing. This is the first time I've seen him like this. Princess, what do you think? Be careful. Do you think you're still in the palace? Li Lang doesn't like this. Princess Yongmu used her other hand to pat Xiao Lan's hand that was holding her arm. She grew up with Xiao Lan and knew that Xiao Lan had always been afraid of losing her status. She used to understand this and used it. Now, she didn't want to think about it anymore. Because Li Lang approved of Xiao Lan, it meant that Xiao Lan was fine. Little miss, look at how blue the water is. Xiao Lan put her other finger in front. When Princess Yongmu looked over, she quickly wiped the corners of her eyes. Yes, no matter how many thorns there is always a side that makes people feel at ease. Li Yi suddenly turned his head. He was wearing earplugs, and there were several recording devices around him. They all had sound recording devices, so he heard the conversation between the two of them. He cherished this relationship, whether it was Princess Yongmu's or Xiao Lan's. He also knew that there were many men and women at his time who didn't know how to cherish each other. A beautiful woman would look at her other half and think, "You want me to cook? Do you know how many men are willing to cook for me, buy me bags, and buy me a car?" A man with financial strength would look at his other half who was throwing a tantrum in front of him and think, "Do you know how many women are gentler and more obedient to me?" Li Yi had the same experience before, and now he understood. That kind of thinking was not love but animal instinct. That's right. Males would fight when competing for females. Whoever was stronger would obtain the right to mate. Even if it was a peacock, many people thought that since the peacock spread its tail so beautifully, it must be a beautiful woman, right? Wrong. Those who spread their tail were all men. Li Yi also knew that more than 60% of people treated marriage as a spur of the moment and then turned into helplessness. Therefore, the divorce rate increased because, after marriage, they realized that it was not fun. Of the 100 couples who went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register their marriage today, would one couple have considered their family responsibilities, the idea of childbirth, the obligation of raising children, and the warm treatment of the elderly on both sides? Li Yi knew all this, so he was calm. Only superficial people would compare other members of the opposite sex with their current partners. Chapter 1422. The sound of squeaking echoed the sound of the waves. The damp wood was also broken into boards and strips. The nurses went to prepare. Just now, they were not asked to do rough work to avoid hurting their hands. There were 6 officials to do. They had to move some things. Li Yi brought Qing Dai and the others to the island to take photos and collect plants. Qing Dai, what is this? As they walked, Li Yi stood beside a piece of grass. The little girl squatted down to take a closer look. She raised her head and said, "It is recorded in the Compendium of Materia Medica. Benhai Angelica has a sweet taste and a warm nature. It goes to the liver, heart, and large intestine. The so-called Benhai refers to the land by the sea. It can also be found on the island. It can be found in Guizhou, Rongzhou, and the west of Lingnan in the Tang dynasty." Li Yi talked about the origin of the name and the place of production. This thing was called the Asuka leaf in 8 Zhang Island. The Japanese Empire said that it was the elixir of immortality that Emperor Qin Shi Huang was looking for. The purpose was naturally to attract tourists. The little girl nodded. She dug it out with a small shovel and brought the soil back to the yacht to plant it. A large piece of land had to be dug out. She did not need to write it down. She just needed to listen to it once. Li Yi began to talk about how to plant it artificially and find a suitable environment. It could not only be planted by the sea or on the island. "Master, it is not written in the book." The little girl thought that her master was hiding something. The shape and characteristics of the medicine were written down, but there was no mention of how to plant it. At that time, I was too busy copying and did not have time to write it down. It was too tiring. Later, I will organize the cultivation and planting methods of various medicinal herbs and publish a set of books. Li Yi did not hide anything. There was indeed not enough time. It was more important to publish the books for the medical practitioners to read. After he finished speaking, he added, "The cultivation and planting books must be sold because those who cultivate the plants can profit from it. No matter what, I must earn back the printing cost." Okay, the little girl expressed her support. After all, she did not need to spend money. Li Yi continued to talk about the other plants on the island, including the insects. The little girl's big eyes were full of admiration. Her master was too amazing. He knew everything. The moment he opened his mouth, it was as if he was reading from a book. The surrounding islands are much warmer due to the volcanoes. When the time comes, we'll occupy all of them. When the time comes, we'll bring the rich people of the Tang dynasty out to play. Li Yi did not forget to develop tourism. As the lives of the people gradually improved and the level of consumption increased, there would be more rich people. For example, once the Tranquil Fragrance Pavilion opened for business, a group of people would rush in to buy. Even if the price was low, they wouldn't buy. "Are we going to take our ship?" This was the first time the little girl had gone out to sea. She had been on boats before, boats on the river. She found that the boats she had seen could not compare to the current cruisers. Li Yi shook his head. "This ship is for our own use only. I won't give it to anyone else. When we get back, I'll see if I can process the oil and exchange it for—" "Oh!" The little girl expressed her understanding. After walking around in a circle, the little girl was tired. Li Yi carried her on his back and walked back to their original location. A row of wet wooden houses had been built. There was no second floor. The craftsmen were afraid that the supporting pillars below would be too wet and deform after drying, so they only made one floor. The rest of the wood was placed properly and slowly dried. There was no time to peel the wood. When they were eating, Li Yi pointed to the south. "Let's go to the islands over there tonight. We'll reach one first. There are still 2 more. Tomorrow night, we should be able to reach the other islands." Li Yi had already planned the route, from the Aizu Islands to the Ogasawara Islands, then to the Sulphur Islands, and then to the Guam Islands in the southeast. If they didn't take a detour from the current 8 John Island to the east, there were too few islands, and the distance between them was too far. If they didn't encounter a typhoon, the yacht would be fine. However, other ships would. If they passed through the middle of the islands, even if there was a typhoon, they would be able to find a place to hide. If the wind damaged the ship, they might be able to carry a piece of wood and be washed onto the island. If they followed the lower islands, they would be able to reach Hawaii. The furthest part of the journey was more than 900 nautical miles. After reaching Hawaii, they would go to America. As long as they could cross the 2,000 nautical miles, everything would be easy. In history, other people didn't have a theodolite, sextant, or telescope when they sailed. Furthermore, no one had marked out which islands were located and provided a complete map of the sea. Who would tell the sailors which ship to abandon when they went out to sea? In addition, the items needed on the ship, the preparation of fresh water, the storage of medicine, if something were to happen, it could only be said that they were unlucky and couldn't blame others. Without resting after the meal, they boarded the yacht and headed towards the southern islands. However, Li'i left a letter in the house on 8 Jong Island. He called it 8 Jong Island and used a code name to mark it. When he returned, he would ask the ministers to name it. There were photos taken on the yacht, on the island, and aerial photos. Li'i knew what to do. He didn't care what the name was. However, he knew that Lilongji and the prime ministers cared about it. It was equivalent to a newly conquered territory, especially an uninhabited island, which belonged to the Tang dynasty. Expanding the territory was something that had to be recorded in the annals of history. If anyone could name an island, they would feel that their life was worth it. Li'i didn't care. What was the point of naming it? Being able to control it was a skill. There were people in Guam now. According to the information, Magellan went to Guam and was received by the local people while he reorganized his team. He remembered the location and headed back. However, before he could get far, he was killed by someone in the Philippines. His companions continued to head back and handed the sea chart to the Spanish government. There were people in Guam. When the Spanish came over, they would say that it was Spain's. Li'i also wanted to occupy Guam. It was a must. However, he didn't want to take Guam by force. There was still a long way to go. Everyone could take it slowly. After all, no one had the ability to come over and take it. The yacht stopped at each island. Some built temporary wooden huts. Some took a few photos and left. There was no one on Sulphur Island. Unlike Li'i's team, there are thousands of people. On the 25th of the first month of the lunar calendar, Li'i's team finally figured out the location of each island before Guam. The yacht arrived at Guam, the largest of the Mariana Islands to the east of the Mariana Trench. The weather was good. It was a peaceful day. The yacht went west because it was a plain. Normal people would choose to live in the plain. Moreover, it was suitable for ships to dock. "Master, there are people. They are looking at us and pointing." The little girl saw the situation on the island through the big screen. There was no need for people to use binoculars on the yacht. Besides, the binoculars made by the Li family Zhuangzi couldn't see far enough. The group of people, regardless of gender, were all naked and surrounded by branches. Obviously, the people on the island saw a ship that they had never seen before. They stood on the beach and watched. The people here are a bit messy when it comes to marriage. Oh, it's okay. It's similar to Tubo, Turkic, and other places. In some cases, it's more casual. For example, some of the princesses from the Tang dynasty who left their families. Li'i introduced the local customs. It was quite casual. They don't use nets to catch fish. They use forks. They can make simple pottery. They also use stones to make utensils. They usually cook and roast food. Li'i first talked about the problems of the local people so that everyone could be mentally prepared. Chapter 14:23. The yacht slowly approached and stopped a few dozen meters away from the shore. They could not proceed any further as they would run aground. There were more people gathered on the island, both adults and children. They were shocked by the size of the yacht and stared at it with wide eyes. Li'i and the rest appeared on the deck. The people on the island exclaimed in surprise. They were humans. After preparing the sack, Li'i did not plan to use the sack to store the seeds. At most, he would exchange for other sacks. Actually, when they arrived, the locals had hemp. It would not be a problem to use a machine to weave it. Other than the sacks, They also had to carry a lot of fish meat fillings and prepared noodles. Li Yi was certain that the people on the island looked the same as the people of the Tang dynasty. There was a clear difference between them and the Filipinos of his time. Since they were from the same hometown, he should treat them to buns. He brought bamboo drawers and cloth, as well as a steaming pot made of iron. The dry sauce on the yacht was diluted with distilled salt water as a dipping sauce. He also prepared a lot of pottery. There was pottery on the island, so the locals burned it. They also used seashells as decorations. He also made a catamaran and went to other islands to exchange for things. The kayaks were lowered, and a group of people went over first. They went ashore, put down the things, and returned to continue loading. The people on the island surrounded a woman who came over from behind. She was the center of attention. They were more than 20 steps away, and they saw people wearing a lot of clothes moving things over. What were they doing? Were they exchanging? The people on the island, both men and women, were looking at Princess Yongmu and the other women who had not come down yet. The people working now were the winged knights. The people on the island looked relatively strong and had tattoos, shells on their necks and lower bodies, and some even had tree branches. When the winged knights were almost done, Li Yi got on the kayaks with a gun and a tablet in his hand. All the kayaks went ashore, and the people got down and lined up. Li Yi was the most prominent. 8 maids and eunuchs surrounded him on both sides. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolon were on the left and right. The others knew where to stand. The little girl stood in front of Princess Yongmu. Li Yi revealed a smile, appearing very amiable. The people on the island grinned. Just like what was recorded, they had used something to blacken their teeth. Li Yi could guess the reason. When night fell, black people would be exposed when they showed their teeth. Therefore, the teeth were very likely to be seen by the enemy under the moonlight, and the dense tattoos also had a camouflage effect. Present the gifts. Li Yi ordered softly. The 6 officials took a deep breath and struggled to carry a tray forward. The tray was piled with refined salt. They were in charge of etiquette. Even if there was danger, they had to do it. Go in front of that woman. Their woman is in charge, Wu Zetian. Li Yi commanded, using a person's name to remind the officials. The officials understood. They stood in a row and came to the woman who was treated like a moon surrounded by stars. Give me that tray. Li Yi spoke again. Xiaolon turned around and took a small tray with salt piled on it. She returned to Li Yi's side. Li Yi stretched out a finger and licked it with his tongue. He put his finger on the salt and showed it to the other party. He pursed his lips and tried to control his frown. He tried to make his expression look like he was enjoying it. It was just refined salt. It was too damn delicious. He was drooling too much just now. The woman opposite him looked and licked her finger. She touched the salt and sucked her finger. Her eyes widened again. Master, is it because of the salt? The little girl clenched her fist and asked softly. She felt sorry for the other party. Wah 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 wah. The woman said something, and the people around her all licked their fingers and dipped them in the salt. After tasting the salt, the people with status looked at Li Yi and smiled more naturally and brightly. Li Yi went forward alone and turned on the tablet. He held it up and showed it to the other party. The woman with the highest status stuck her head out. The people around her looked at it from different angles and gaps. It was the same as the one he showed to the Japanese Empire. It was the prosperity of Chang'an in the Tang dynasty. It included a forest of Modeo swords, advancing like a wall, rolling iron horses, rushing water shuttles, fluttering flags, advancing and retreating at orders, ants attacking the city, flying stones and arrows. The people watching swallowed their saliva. They were shocked and frightened. They realized that the tribes of these people who wore beautiful clothes and came on big ships were too powerful. Then, the scene on the tablet changed. The people watching were not swallowing, but dripping. The scene of making steamed buns appeared on the screen. They kneaded the dough, rolled the dough, cut the fish, chopped the stuffing, mixed the stuffing, wrapped the meat buns, and steamed them in a tray. The steamed buns were steamed one by one. When people ate them, they blew on them and dipped them in seasoning. Li Yi wanted to explain, but unfortunately, he knew that the other party could not understand. This was a pity. Otherwise, he could use words to make the other party hungry. Even if he was full of talent in explaining, there was still the awkwardness of a hero not being able to use his talent. After the video was played, the woman wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth and stared at Li Yi carefully. When Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan were about to rush forward, the woman pointed at Li Yi and then pointed at the other people in Li Yi's team. She closed her arms and made a circling gesture. Then she pointed at herself and the people around her. She also made a circling gesture. Li Yi nodded. Yes, your people listen to you and my people listen to me. You are the leader of the matriarchal society, but I am not. Over there, the men have the final say, at least for now. Wu Jiong was an accident. The woman's face suddenly lit up. Just as she was about to say something, Li Yi hurriedly pointed at the refined salt beside him. Salt! The woman was slightly stunned. She touched it with her finger and licked her lips. Li Yi, salt! The woman, ah-ah-en. Li Yi took out the video of him, talking to others, and played it for the woman. The woman looked, nodded, and said a word. Thus, the two sides cooperated to gather information. Princess Yongmu gave candy to the children on the island. It was rock sugar, and it was a large piece of crystal sugar that had been smashed. Li Yi wanted to use it to make medicine. Some of it wasn't purified, and it was yellow with impurities. The candy was purified, but it was different in size. The small ones were given 2 pieces, and the big ones were given 1 piece. The children could choose for themselves. Xiao Lan provided white wine, which was diluted to 5%. Li Yi was so disgusted that he vomited when he drank it. A bamboo pipe was placed in a large bowl. Everyone used the same pipe. Everyone knew that it was fine to just drink and taste it. From their expressions, they seemed to be enjoying it very much. It was delicious. They felt a little dizzy after drinking it. It was comfortable. Li Yi and the woman, the female leader, communicated. Li Yi was patient, and the female leader was excited. The female leader suddenly pointed at a certain part of Li Yi's lower body, and then pointed at a certain part of her lower body. She said a word. Li Yi frowned slightly and said in his own language the etiquette of Zhou Gong. The woman nodded vigorously and looked at Li Yi with anticipation in her eyes. King know why Magellan and the others stayed on the island for several months. Lunch, steamed buns. Li Yi looked at Magellan from Portugal, and at the same time he looked down on his Spanish companions. So it was because of this. Prepare to make steamed buns. Princess Yongmu, who had been staring at them, raised her voice and was no longer as gentle. Chapter 1424. Making buns is a technical job. You have to make 18 folds. Li Yi led the team and personally made the buns. The woman watched from the side. The others who hadn't seen the buns on the tablet before were watching the video repeatedly. The 6 officials picked up firewood to start a fire. They were the only ones who didn't know how to make buns. Even the little girl Qing, Dai, couldn't make a proper number of folds with her small hands. Although the winged knights were mainly in charge of fighting and doing manual labor, they were very skillful with their hands. The people on the other islands were washing their hands with soap. They saw that the people who made the buns had washed their hands. There were 4 enamel basins with pictures inside. First, they touched the water with their hands and carefully rubbed some soap. Then, they rubbed their hands together and the black water came out. Then, they washed their hands in the basins and looked at their hands. They were indeed clean. After they finished washing, the water couldn't be used anymore. They threw it away and went back to the island to get clean water. Seawater couldn't be used. They felt uncomfortable after washing. Li Yi talked to Princess Yongmu and the others while making the buns. The people on the island are friendly to us. We can analyze it from 4 aspects. 1 is the simplest war. They don't want to fight with us because our skills are too good. The second point can be said to be curiosity. The clothes we wear and the things we bring are things they have never seen before. Another point is that they want to trade. Although they don't wear clothes, they know how to make simple pottery and make catamarans to trade with the people on other islands. Finally, they're more simple and kind. When other people come over, they're willing to help because they know the dangers of the sea. It's just like how they have experienced the struggle of life and death. Li Yi analyzed it from the perspective of behavioral psychology. He was used to it. Princess Yongmu slowly pinched the buns. Li Lang is saying that the people outside are all good people. No, it's okay for us to be in contact with them now. The people in places further away can't help. They liked ungrateful wolves that repaid kindness with ingratitude. They have to be stronger than them and crush them. Only then will they know how to submit. If you treat them well, not only will they not be grateful, but they will also use your kindness to kill you. Don't ever treat them as your own kind. They are just animals. Li Yi categorized the people. Looking at history, during the Great Voyage, people helped those things again and again. And in the end, those things took advantage of the kindness of others to oppress, slaughter, occupy, and rule. I don't know. I'll listen to Li Lang. Li Lang, do you think Princess Yongmu should form her own bodyguard team? As Princess Yongmu spoke, she asked a question that even she herself found frightening. I think it's okay. I can't guarantee other princesses, but I've heard a lot about the Princess Yongmu of the Tang dynasty. She's beautiful, dignified, graceful, gentle, quiet, educated, and cute. Li Yi didn't even think about it. A series of praises came out. How am I naughty? Princess Yongmu was unhappy. Lively and cute? Is this okay? Li Yi discussed. It was just an adjective. That was no big deal. Li Lang, don't you think the buns I made are cute? Princess Yongmu smiled and quickly changed the topic. Look, in the past, many women got too much power, and then they didn't manage the interests of all sides well. The key was that they always killed their relatives. So in the Tang dynasty, there was an idea and perception that the women of the royal family shouldn't have power. But now His Majesty of the Tang dynasty is open-minded. There's no need to worry about power and profit, so he can form a women's team. How about this? You try it first, and then let Princess Yongmu try it. I call this team the Tang Dynasty Women's Special Operations Team, also known as the Tang Dynasty's Tyrannical Flower. Li Yi could see Princess Yongmu's thoughts. The women on the island had high status, and many of them were strong. Princess Yongmu obviously wanted to have her own team that could help others. She had money and could afford it. This showed that she had the thought of realizing her own value in life, and was willing to take on more responsibilities and share the worries of others. Then, how do we do it? Princess Yongmu squeezed the buns in her hands until there were more than 20 folds. It's simple. Look, isn't there a sturdy woman in Wen Tian Lan Xiang Pavilion? They lack more systematic learning, including cultural classes. We can find more and teach them slowly. After a few years, they will not only not be inferior to the winged knights in some aspects, but they will also be stronger. Li Yi took the buns from Princess Yongmu's hands. Stop squeezing, or you'll break the folds. He had seen the female SWAT team's competition. They dropped from a high altitude and threw a rope from more than 10 floors above. The female SWAT team immediately crossed her legs and went downstairs. There was no need to think too much about her legs. They were definitely worn out. Then she hit a wooden board until her hands were swollen. Then she poured water into a beer bottle and hit it with her palms. There were also other jumping, running, and obstacles. After a competition, the contestants were covered in injuries. They did not treat their bodies as physical bodies at all. In order to achieve their goals, they were willing to break their bones. That was just a competition. When women were ruthless, it was simply too scary. They would fight with their lives. Therefore, their family status was quite high, and there was no domestic violence by men, even if the husband was from the SWAT team. If the husband from the SWAT team wanted to use domestic violence, he must first consider whether the wife would fight with her life. When the husband used domestic violence, the result would be death. No one would be beaten to submission. Anyway, Li had never heard of domestic violence between the SWAT team's husband and wife. If there was any conflict, it would be resolved in bed. Thinking about it, Li's mind wandered. The buns in his hands were like embroidery, and there were more than 40 folds. The water over there was boiling, and everyone hurriedly put the buns in trays. Ching Dai, go and dig wild vegetables. Blanch them to make salted vegetables. I'll give you the tablet. If you don't know, take a picture. It's best if there are many angles. There are data inside. Li gave the tablet to his eldest disciple and asked her to bring the palace maids and eunuchs to dig wild vegetables. He cut the kelp into shreds, rubbed it with salt, and rinsed it in the water. If he was not afraid of parasites, he would not need the kelp. The layer of frost on the kelp had high nutritional value. In about 20 minutes for pots, which meant 4 trays of steamed buns, were ready. The people on the island couldn't help but walk forward. They wanted to eat. Li's side did not touch the trays. They just stood there motionlessly, and the team was neat. Wah 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 wah. The female chief was angry when she saw this. She felt embarrassed to be shouting at her own people. At the same time, she also understood how big the gap between the two sides was. It turned out that what she saw in the video was real. There was a big tribe that could line up neatly against the enemy. Let's go. We will send the buns. This thing is not suitable for lunch, but it's okay for breakfast. Li brought Princess Yongmu to the front. The others followed. They thought that Dongzhu was right. Who would eat buns for lunch? If it was fried buns, it would be okay. The key was that there were no stir-fried vegetables. In the end, Li and a few others pretended to eat buns with the other party. Li didn't want to eat buns at all. The weather was hot. He wanted to eat plain rice. If it really didn't work, a bowl of jjiang noodles would be fine too. Wen Tian, sorry for making you suffer. Li apologized. Li Lang, it's fine. We will eat braised pork for dinner. Princess Yongmu also didn't want to eat the buns. The key was that there was no garlic. The sauce that was diluted with salt water tasted different from soy sauce. Chapter 14:25. The fish buns that were despised by Li and the others had now become a delicacy for the Aborigines on the island. People of high status ate them first. They carefully grabbed a bun with their hands and blew on it. When they felt that it was not so hot, they gently dipped it in the diluted sauce. They took a small bite and showed a happy expression. When they saw the soup and oil in the bun flowing out, they quickly sucked it. There was a lot of fish oil in the bun, so Li and the others did not like to eat it. The winged knights added water to the pot. When it boiled, they put the other buns into the steamer and continued to steam. Li Lang, there are not many people on the island. Princess Yongmu looked at the number of people. There were hundreds of people. Many, probably tens of thousands. People of low status are not allowed to come. Think about it. If the Princess Yongmu of the Tang dynasty eats in the palace, can the maids and eunuchs eat at the same table? Li talked about class, which meant that only the Li family Zhuangzi could eat together in the cafeteria. No, Xiaolon said. Even personal servants are not allowed. Even if the princess agrees, if others see it and report it, they will be beaten to death. In fact, the 2 tuna we caught are better than other meat. It's like frozen pork, raising laying hens, and a few live pigs. It's better to eat fish. Li talked about fish. He caught 2 big tuna, which were not worth much. They were only valuable in the Japanese Empire under special circumstances. It was not expensive usually. The Japanese Empire of the Tang dynasty did not eat tuna. The people of the Tang dynasty did not eat it either. It was difficult to catch them. Fishing near the sea, the fishing nets were not strong enough. Is braised tuna meat better than braised pork? Princess Yongmu asked the most important question. Li shook his head. No, Braised meat is not as good as braised pork. Well, let's continue to freeze the frozen pork and feed the live pigs. Li Yi admitted that braised pork was the best. Even braised beef could not compare. Okay, Princess Yongmu was relieved. She was afraid that Li Yi would lie and lose her braised pork. She reluctantly took another bite of the bun and swallowed it. Can our yacht sail to Chang'an? Hearing her question, Li Yi was stunned. After a few seconds, he suddenly shouted, "Pen and ink." Not far away, Ching Song spat out the bun in his mouth. When he picked up the box, he placed his hand on the zipper, and the box opened as soon as it landed on the ground. The cub didn't care about anything else and reached out to take out the inkstone and ink. Gu Yan took out a water bottle and poured water onto the inkstone. Huang Bai held a brush in his mouth, not caring that there was dry ink on the tip of the brush. Ching Song brought out the paper and seals. Tao Hong and the others operated the box. With a few clicks, the box turned into a desk. On the other side, the cub was slowly grinding the ink. Although its movements were slow, its speed was fast. Li Yi came over and sat on the ground. He dipped the brush in the ink and began to write letters. He wrote 10 coded letters with the same content and stamped them. "Don't stand me up. We should be able to fly back at this distance." The 4 winged knights took Ching Song and Tao Hong to the kayak and paddled frantically. The indigenous people stopped and were dumbfounded, especially the female leader, who was eating a bun next to him. She looked at Li Yi and said 2 words. Then those people quickly prepared things. Li Yi sat there and waited, making people look at him with a guilty expression. "Li Lang." Princess Yongmu reached out and grabbed Li Yi's hand. "It's not a big deal. I forgot a canal. The Yellow River yacht can reach Chang, but it can't go through Hukou Waterfall. The yacht is too big and can't be towed up. It can't go through another canal either." Li Yi's face looked better. The Yellow River yacht was no problem, even if it was Sanmen Gorge. "You really can't go through Hukou Waterfall." Princess Yongmu was still looking forward to it. "It's too heavy. It's difficult to come back in the past. It takes a lot of manpower. It's troublesome to go there once and come back again." Li Yi pondered for a moment and realized that it was fine as long as there were more people. The aircraft carrier couldn't be towed up. Princess Yongmu's eyes lit up. If the yacht goes up, no one in the entire Yellow River Basin will dare to say anything. Xiao Lan agreed. "Yes, the yacht is fast and can carry many things. Li Lang, you said it yourself. It can travel 150 kilometers in half an hour." Li Yi looked at Xiao Lan in surprise. "You're thinking about this too?" The speed of 40 knots was 74 kilometers per kilometer and 150 kilometers per kilometer in the Tang dynasty. 300 kilometers in 2 hours. 3,600 kilometers in 24 hours. The transmission speed of 10 kilometers was not good, provided that the Yellow River was clear all the way. If there were any submerged reefs, it would be destroyed. Stop the yacht at the bank of the Yellow River, where Wei Rushue was connected to the Yellow River, and use the man-made canal to transport things onto the yacht. The yacht could be used to transport and defend the Hukou Waterfall. It was fast, and no one would dare to attack the Anbei Protectorate. If they went from there to Sister Lake, the source of the Yellow River would be controlled. No one would be able to outrun the yacht. If the yacht ran on the river, the horses on the shore wouldn't be able to catch up. We'll set off from the same location and occupy the strategic crossing 200 kilometers away. I'll give you a head start of 50 kilometers, but I'm going to chase after you. Li Yi, who was still blaming himself a moment ago, couldn't help but laugh when he thought of this. His mood instantly became better. Not long later, 10 pigeons flapped their wings and rose into the air. They started to circle in the air, and the circle they flew out gradually became larger. After circling for about 3 minutes, they flew in the direction of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi clenched his fist. The first step was successful. The pigeons knew the location. The remaining steps required the pigeons to fly across the ocean. If there were islands along the way, the pigeons would need to replenish their food. If they flew in a straight line, it should be Lushu, which was Taiwan. There was enough food there. It was more than 2,000 kilometers away from here. After replenishing their food there, it would be simple. They could fly from Guangzhou to Chang. And the female leader saw the birds on the big boat. She pondered for a moment and came to Li Yi's side. Li Yi quickly picked up the tablet. What he meant was, "Tell me, are you going to ask what kind of bird it is? What's the use of it?" The female leader tried hard to organize the vocabulary. Li Yi recorded and translated it. He found it a little complicated. He simply used software to do it. He wrote a letter, stuffed it into a bamboo tube, and hung it on the bird's leg. The bird flew, 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 flew through the day and night, flew over thousands of mountains and rivers. Then it landed in a bustling place. Someone took down the bamboo tube, took out the letter, and handed it to an important person. The important person smiled. The female leader understood. Her eyes widened, and her expression was complicated. She didn't know how far away the Tang dynasty was. She only knew that she had never met anyone who wore such clothes. There were birds that could carry messages in a distance that couldn't be reached. The Tang dynasty, in the future, we can also raise pigeons on our island. When we bring them back, both sides can communicate with each other, Li Yi said to the female leader. Then he began to use the tablet to carefully translate the sentence into something that the female leader could understand. The female leader understood. At first, she was happy. Then she became worried. She talked to Li Yi and gestured. Li Yi showed an image of a war on the screen. The female leader nodded. Li Yi waved his hand and changed the image. The people on the island wore beautiful clothes. Boats arrived one by one. Everyone ate, drank, sang, and danced together. When bad people came, the people of the Tang dynasty helped to fight them. When big waves came, the people of the Tang dynasty helped to repair houses and sent food. Then, the people on the island took boats to the Tang dynasty to play. Everyone was smiling. Chapter 14:26. The female leader was mesmerized by the scene that Li Yi had created. It was too beautiful. She looked down at the clothes on her body and then at Princess Yongmu's clothes. "Go get 2 sets of clothes, 1 Sichuan brocade and 1 Sioux embroidery." Princess Yongmu understood. She had long wanted to get clothes for the other party. "What are you wearing?" 2 strings of shells on the top and 1 string of shells on the bottom. "You're sitting so close to my Li Lang. If it weren't for the hot weather, I would have put a cotton coat on you." Xiao Lan quickly called the 2 wing knights to go back and get the clothes. "When we go back, Wen Tianlan Pavilion will release a new style of traditional foreign clothing, shell clothing." Li Yi thought of something. "Shells are easy to find, but they can't be sold at a high price." Princess Yongmu was afraid that people would imitate her. The clothes she sold had glass on them. "We've been collecting shells along the way. We've been looking for shells that are not or are very rare in the waters around the Tang dynasty," Li said as he picked up a bun. The female leader came to her senses and ate first. It seemed that these people did not intend to leave so soon. She went back to eat and asked Li Yi for a pair of chopsticks. She was working hard to learn. Eating buns with chopsticks was not hot. It was just 2 small sticks. How could she not know how to use them? Li Yi saw that the female leader was learning how to use chopsticks, but she was not used to it. Suddenly, he said, "Sometimes many skills that are seen as skills in the eyes of others are nothing in the eyes of the tribe." "Are you talking about using chopsticks?" Princess Yongmu was smart. "Yes. Did anyone teach you how to use chopsticks?" Li asked. Princess Yongmu thought about it, then shook her head and nodded. "They taught me the rules of using chopsticks, but no one taught me how to use them. I should know how to do it myself." Li nodded. The people of the Tang dynasty are all like this. Children see adults using chopsticks and want to try it themselves. If adults don't teach, It's not easy to teach. Children imitate themselves time and time again. It doesn't matter if they fail. Adults don't worry. Children along the Yellow River and Yangtze River can swim, but adults don't teach them. Children on the grassland can ride horses and shoot arrows, but adults don't teach them. This means that the environment is very important. If a civilization wants to grow, it must provide all kinds of environments. We're the ones who provide and guide them. Princess Yongmu sat up straight as she spoke, feeling a sense of sacred duty. Get someone else to guide us. Let's come up with an idea. As for the canal I wrote to you about, as long as the materials are delivered and the money is in place, it will be ready in half a month. The name should be Kaiyuan New River. Li Yi explained the contents of the letter. He wanted to build a man-made canal at Sanmen Gorge. Now that Sanmen Gorge is too dangerous, many ships capsize every year. Li Chiwu, a member of the Zong Consortium's royal family, had specially built a river. First, he set fire to the rocks and then poured vinegar on them to crush them. The canal had been repaired for 3 months and was now open for navigation. Although it required a tracker, it was much safer than the original place. It was spring. Li Yi regretted it when he heard Princess Yongmu say that the yacht had gone in. He should have thought about it when he came out. How much wood and vinegar did it take to burn stones and pour vinegar? Most importantly, it was a waste of time. A large group of people kept burning, pouring, chiseling, and digging. Now, they were counting on the pigeons to bring the letter back. With enough manpower and gunpowder, they could blast the canal out in half a month. It just so happened that the entire Yellow River had thawed, and it was not time for the water transport yet. Other merchant ships could pass through, reducing the risk and danger faced by the trackers. The ropes used by the trackers were provided by the trackers themselves. They did not want the ropes provided by others. If the boat capsized during the towing process, who would look for them to work in the future? They could also be taken away, and the ropes would be gone. Usually, the person on the boat being towed would beat the drum, and the trackers would get on the boat and observe the situation from the bow. They would beat the drum and shout the call sign. The person towing the boat would also shout the call sign, and both parties would communicate with each other through the call sign. The position of the boat and the strength of the person towing the boat. The people on the boat would watch anxiously and be afraid that something would happen. Usually, when the boat reached a dangerous location, the people on the boat would pay extra. The person beating the drum would tell them to pay more, and everyone would fight for it. If something happened to one of the trackers, or they had to leave due to other problems, they would need to add more people. The new addition must be approved by everyone. Li Yi showed Princess Yongmu the location of the Sanmen Gorge and drew a line for the new man-made canal. Princess Yongmu took a look. Can the plank roads be built with cement? Places that are not made of wood can be built. Concrete and wood cannot be built. Those poor people who can build plank roads are the treasures of our Chinese civilization. If it was at a certain time, such people would earn at least 500 renminbi a day. In order to increase their benefits, there are still many plank roads to be built in the Tang dynasty. Craftsmen are the foundation. Li was very emotional. The technical jobs in the Tang dynasty were not worth much. How many carpenters in another space-time could use ancient equipment to quickly build plank roads? It would be impossible to hire a classical balcony without at least 2,000 to 3,000 renminbi a day. But they said it was dangerous and not easy. How could they accept wood so easily? Did they know how to bear the weight? Did they know how to share the burden? That's right. It was not easy. But why were the plank road workers not given the same treatment? They had to hang ropes and chisel the rock walls. Then they had to insert the wood into the walls and make wedges and auxiliary frames. Most importantly, they had to carve their names on the wood. Other places were fine, but the place where they worked was damaged, of course. There were usually no problems. The government would repair it every year. They would not wait for something to happen. I have a way to deal with the rocks falling off the rock walls. When we go back, we will need glue. This time, we're going to look for rubber and refine it. Li Yi mentioned another support for the plank road. The rock walls that were prone to falling off should be covered with a net and then covered with glue and cement. There should be an extension of the net so that the rocks would not fall off. He had done this many times in the past, and it was quite effective. Li Lang, I'm back. Come, let's help them change. Xiao Lan jumped down from the kayak with her bag and ran over. She was like Princess Yongmu. She had seen how awkward the female leader's clothes were and would rather not wear them. She brought back 4 sets of clothes, 2 long ones and 2 short ones, the ones with the skirt on her thighs. She also brought 2 pairs of new shoes that were about the same size for the female leader to wear. She did not want to dangle the shell all day long. The female leader did not have time to eat the buns and quickly changed her clothes. She envied other people's clothes. They were beautiful. She did not know how to make clothes at all. Soon, the female leader in the long clothes appeared in front of everyone. Her hair was coiled up with a golden hairpin. The golden hairpin was made into a half-step rocker. She also put on some light lipstick, eyelashes, a thin layer of powder on her face, a little blush, and a red up between her eyebrows. Here, the whole makeup box is for you. There is a mirror inside. Look at yourself. Isn't it beautiful? Let me tell you, if you are close to the Tang dynasty, you can have anything. Only Li Lang is not for you. Xiao Lan tempted and warned, not caring if the other party could understand her. The female leader knew that it was the first time she looked in the mirror. Li Yi took a picture and soon the film was out. Come, change into a short one. Let your hair down at the back and put a hairpin on it. Put on an earring. Xiao Lan continued to work. Not long after, a new female leader appeared in front of everyone. Li Yi clicked again, and the second picture appeared. Chapter 14:27. Eat the steamed buns. Eat the steamed buns. Don't worry about the clothes. Li Yi asked those who had enough status to eat the steamed buns. Those who could come here had enough status. The others watched from afar and didn't dare to come close. When the female leader put on the gorgeous clothes and finally chose the short skirt, these people got new clothes one after another. The Tang-style sling dress was handmade from pure hemp. It was wide and comfortable to wear, and it had good ventilation. The winged knights also gave them pottery. The original people knew how to burn pottery. Pottery was different from pottery. The pottery of the Tang dynasty was sophisticated enough. The patterns on it were beautiful, and the surface was relatively smooth and regular. Dongzhu, is it better to use the shell as a belt and tie it on the sack? Oh no, linen clothes? Some craftsmen felt uncomfortable and did not meet the aesthetic standards. Wearing a sack was embarrassing to the people of the Tang dynasty. It was like the Tang dynasty didn't know how to make clothes. Good idea. The shell can also be hung on the bottom of the sack or added to the top of the sack. The sack can be used as a carrier. Li Yi thought and felt it was good. The craftsmen quickly ran over and helped them decorate the sack. In the future, the shells caught in the coastal area will be transported to the inland to decorate the rooms and match the clothes. I also have to use clam shells to store hand cream. The pursuit of beauty promoted economic development and, at the same time, increased productivity. After the increase in business, the infrastructure must keep up with the increase in traffic. Li Yi stopped eating after eating a steamed bun. He sat and watched while chatting with Princess Yongmu. While chatting, Li Yi opened the coconuts. Because the season of the coconuts was not ripe yet, it was still green. Generally, the coconuts bought by inland people were green. They could be kept for a long time, but the disadvantage was that they were too difficult to open. Li Yi's method of opening the coconuts was simple. He used a chisel and hammer. The outer layer was first chiseled off, and there was a protruding line inside. With 2 chisels, the coconut was cut in half. Drink it. It spilled a lot. I designed a bracket and a hand screw. Just make it. In fact, use a tactical military knife and it will open in a few strokes. He had seen people open coconuts in tourist places in the past. They used a machete to chop the coconuts in all sorts of ways. After chopping the coconuts, they would stick a straw in it and drink it. However, the locals did not drink coconut milk. They ate coconut meat, which could be made into coconut paste. Li always felt that the coconut juice and the newly opened coconut meat tasted good, but the coconut paste was not delicious. This time, Princess Yongmu drank the coconut juice. After drinking it, she smacked her lips. There's an indescribable taste. When you eat coconut meat, you'll find that it's a little similar to yogurt jelly, but it's sweeter. When you make yogurt jelly, put more sugar in it. If you put it in the green gourd when you make yogurt jelly with more sugar and eat it after it's shaped, the taste will be more similar to coconut meat. Li couldn't describe the specific taste of coconuts, so he couldn't use anything else to replace it. The winged knights did not eat many buns either. They did not fight with the locals and went back to eat meat. They were chopping the coconuts, removing the outer shell and leaving the inner shell. These would be taken to the boat and could be stored for a long time. Every winged knight was surrounded by locals. They did not care about the coconuts, but the knives. The tactical military knife provided by the Li family Zhuangzi to the winged knights represented the peak of metallurgy technology in the Tang dynasty. It was mass-produced, and the non-mass-produced meteoric iron didn't count. The steel of the gun barrel was also at the peak, but it was different from that of the military knife. The Aboriginals looked at the army knives cutting the coconuts and really wanted to have them. In their simple thoughts, this thing was used to cut people. Here, these 20 military knives are for you. There's also medicine for malaria, alcohol for external injuries, gauze, needle, and thread. Wait for my Li Lang to show you how to use it. Princess Yongmu understood that her Li Lang would not like the other party. There were so many big families in Nankou, but Li Lang was indifferent. For the sake of the Tang dynasty, she needed to start diplomacy. According to Li, the women who bought things from the Sweet Fragrance Pavilion were the foundation of Madame's diplomacy. Li was responsible for translating with the tablet computer. It was very tiring. Abstract words were the most difficult to translate. It was like two people. One was bribing, and the other was taking bribes. A, what do you mean? B, it's just for show. It's nothing. A, that's too embarrassing. B, it's not interesting if you say so. A, you're very kind. Li was most afraid of this kind of situation. He needed to communicate more to get an accurate definition. He demonstrated the symptoms of malaria on the tablet computer and then took the medicine. How to treat the wounds, including the steamer, which needed to be used to steam the needle and thread, suturing and removing the stitches. The female leader understood the symptoms of malaria. As for the treatment of the wounds, she turned her head and looked into the distance. There were some people in the distance. No, I have pigs. Bring one over. I'll give it to you. You can practice, and you can eat it later. Li hurriedly stopped them. The winged knights immediately went to get the pig. They actually had feelings for pigs. Everyone had practiced before. Princess Yongmu pursed her lips. She was not sad about the pig's life and death. The pig squealed as it was carried over. It lay down on the ground and struggled. It probably knew its fate. The little girl Qing Dai held a broken shell in her hand. Master, let me do it. Okay, you teach this big sister. Li stepped aside. Qing Dai put down the shell and took the knife, hot water for steaming buns, and soap from the side. She used the soap to brush the pig's body. The fur instantly softened. She used the knife to shave a large area. Then, she picked up the shell again and used the edge of the broken part to cut the pig's skin. She grabbed a handful of sand and rubbed it in. While the pig squealed, she quickly debrided and sutured the wound. The others did not have any reaction, but the 6 officials were shocked. The natives did not care. Would they not eat you just because you squealed? The winged knights were used to it. The craftsmen looked at it. They also killed pigs sometimes. The nurses didn't think it was a big deal. We could be nice to anyone. The palace maids and eunuchs thought about the torture in the palace. In the end, it was just a quick death. Xiao Lan's eyes turned. She did not look at the pig at all. Princess Yongmu frowned. She was estimating whether this was the best place for braised pork. The female leader looked at it and went forward. She took the shell and rubbed it in. Then, she cleaned and clumsily sutured the wound. The little girl guided her from the side. After a few times, the female leader became more and more skilled. When she finished suturing again, she shouted. The surrounding people cheered. The winged knights stabbed the pig with a knife. The people next to them used a basin to stir the blood so that it would not coagulate quickly. I will treat everyone to pig dishes tonight. We will not leave today. Later, I will use the boat to catch some fish. Everyone will have a share. As Li Yi spoke, he poured hot water on the pig and nimbly removed the pig's fur. The nurses opened the pig's stomach and took out the internal organs to clean carefully. They had to do this. If they couldn't handle the dead pig, then what about the living person? Master's wife, let's go and dig for wild vegetables. This time the loss is big. We need to replenish the yacht. The little girl pulled Princess Yongmu's sleeve. She was very anxious. In her opinion, after giving something to a place, they should at least get it back from that place. The yacht lacked vegetables. Chapter 1428. Crackle, 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 crackle. Oh, oh. Qing Dai and the others went to dig wild vegetables to make up for the supplies given by the ship. Li Yi took people to operate the yacht to fish. When the net came out, the yacht stuck to the shallow water. The people with high status put on sacks and went into the water to catch fish from the net and throw them to the shore. They had never caught fish so easily. Shellfish were easy to catch. They threw the shellfish while cheering. It was obviously hard work, but they didn't allow people with low status to participate. Most of the net belonged to the 1-foot-long spiny loaches. The people on the island liked to eat them. Sometimes they could find very big ones. There were also some that were twice as big in the net. The smaller ones couldn't be found. They had already escaped through the holes of the net. Li Yi couldn't set a net to kill them. There was no shortage of fish in the sea. The craftsmen on the shore were making tools. The original people knew how to cut trees with stone axes. After cutting trees, they would make boats and dry them first. The sails were like straw mats. When they were hung, the wind would blow them away. Rice was planted on the island, and the rice was harvested with stones. The craftsmen helped to make threshing machines. The winged knights made the earthworm sheller. There were no pig slices, so they replaced them with wood slices. There were also people who helped to cut trees with chainsaws. In the buzzing sound, trees fell one by one. The winged knights didn't cut trees in groups. Instead, they sawed trees at a distance. The original people were dumbfounded. They deeply felt the gap between them and the people of the Tang dynasty. It turned out that they could catch so many fish at once. In just a few breaths of time, a tree that needed to be cut for several days fell down. The female leader hung a military knife on her body and gave 10 to her most trusted people. She kept the remaining 9. She continued to use stones to open coconuts. She was reluctant to use a knife. Li Yi finished the second net, stopped, went ashore, and communicated with the female leader. There are too many. Ask them to come over and help to clean the internal organs of the fish. I will leave you a rooster and 5 hens. They breed like this. Li Yi worked hard to translate and show the animation on the tablet. How roosters and hens mate. How hens hatch after laying eggs. What chicks look like when they come out. What did they eat? When they grew up, the number of roosters would increase, and they would fight with each other. Li Yi didn't leave any pig for her. After killing a mouthful, Princess Yongmu's heart ached. A lot of red braised meat was gone. The island was suitable for raising pigs. Pigs loved to eat fish innards and wild grass in the forest. There was also seaweed. Pigs ate a lot of it. If they were given some rice husks, the pigs would grow faster. Unfortunately, they had to wait for the Tang dynasty's fleet to deliver them. If he provided 6 chickens now, as long as they were well protected, there would be a large group of chickens in 2 years. She seemed to know that she couldn't make Li Yi stay, and she couldn't bear to part with her people. She had to learn new skills. After repeating it twice, Li Yi lent the tablet to the female leader and went back to continue fishing. The female leader called for other people of lower status to come over and help clean up the fish's internal organs. They were not thrown into the sea, but used as fertilizer. Li Yi wanted the swim bladders alone, as well as the fish roe. If he found any, he would take them out. The natives took stone knives and cut the fish belly. They seemed to be very happy to be able to participate in today's work. Li Yi guessed that what made them happier was that there were too many fish, so much so that they had to eat with them. The nurses didn't care about other things. They were making sausages and taking spices from the yacht. They couldn't make blood sausages because there were no intestines. It was difficult to make blood sausages from large intestines, and they were a little thick. The large intestines looked dirty, so they washed them clean and kept them. They were going to take them back to the yacht to make 9-turn large intestines. The pig's blood couldn't be made into blood sausages. It could be made into blood tofu, which could be eaten raw. There was no pickled cabbage. There was some on the yacht, but Li Yi was reluctant to give it to them. There was no blood sausages or pickled cabbage for pig slaughter. Fortunately, there were dried vegetables on the island. The wild vegetables were dried under the sun. Rub them with salt and cook them with meat or stew them. Anyway, this pig slaughter dish wasn't very authentic, so they had to make do. The natives on the island didn't know that there were many ways to have a meal. For them, it was enough to have something to eat. Li Yi cast the net 5 times in a row, and the fish piled up into a small mountain. A group of people was cleaning up there. The fish heads, tails, and internal organs were piled up in the pit to ferment together. The other parts were washed with fresh water, salted, and dried. They were reluctant to use the refined salt provided by Li. Li Yi didn't have large grains of salt yet. Salting was soulless if they didn't wash things with water. Fortunately, the natives knew that they didn't need to apply too much salt, or else it would be too salty. Here, this is the flag of the Tang dynasty. This is the 3 stars flag, and this is the flag of the Winged Knights. Raise the flag, and you are the people of the Tang dynasty. Raise the 3 stars flag, and it means that you acknowledge us. The flag of the Winged Knights, and it means that you can get the protection of the Winged Knights when you are attacked. The premise is that we know the situation. Li Yi gave the female chief 9 flags. There were 3 of each flag, and there were spares. The flag of the Tang dynasty was bright yellow. It was embroidered with a dragon and a vermilion Tang character on it. The 3 stars flag naturally represented the sun, the moon, and the stars. It was not something that only the Tang dynasty had. It had been there for a long time. The flag of the Winged Knights was also bright yellow. The 2 characters, Yulin, were blood red. Not only were they blood red, but they also looked like they were dripping blood. Li Yi made it clear that as long as they used the flag of the Tang dynasty, it meant that they were willing to become the people of the Tang dynasty. The female chief understood. When she hesitated about what to say, Li Yi turned around to look at the fish bladders and fish roe. He was going to take these on the yacht and eat them for his own people. Fish bladders were medicine, and they were also delicious to cook. Normal medicinal fish bladders were only used for a few kinds of fish. Li Yi thought that other fish bladders were also fine. Maybe the effect was not as good, and it was more likely that he couldn't get other fish bladders when he was writing the book. It generally referred to sea fish or large swimming fish, like the swim bladders of sharks. In the past, people used to catch sharks. Oh, sharks didn't have swim bladders. That was like the swim bladders of larger fish. It was not easy to catch them, and they were all in tropical waters. As for fish roe was delicious. This kind of fish was not suitable to be made into caviar, but it could be braised, right? The Winged Knights were so tired from training, so they should eat more protein. The female chief looked at Li Yi's back and then looked at the 9 rolled-up flags. Her face showed a complicated expression. Master, When it was almost time for dinner, the little girl came back. The palace maids and eunuchs were each dragging a big bag. "Master, the grass here can be eaten. It grows bigger." The little girl felt that it was not a loss. "The climate is tropical monsoon. You'll know when we arrive at our destination. The plants there grow bigger, and our Cheongjo is not cold. I'll tell you about geography later." Li Yi wiped the sweat on his eldest disciple's forehead with his hand. Then he put his hand on the little girl's neck to feel her heartbeat. The little girl could not be too tired. Otherwise, there would be a lack of blood supply to her heart. "Master, I'm fine. I know how to rest. I haven't lived long enough. I want to cure more people's diseases." The little girl was sensible. She knew that her master was worried about her. "If it wasn't for the lack of time, we should have checked the bodies of the people on the island. When we arrive at our destination, we can check the people there. There are medicinal herbs there." Li Yi rubbed the little girl's head and said with a smile. Chapter 14:29. Night fell. The moon had not yet risen, and it was very small. It was almost the 30th of the first lunar month. The stars were brighter and blinked. The bonfire was lit, and everyone roasted fish. There were more than 13,000 Aborigines on the island. Today was their first festival, and they could eat fish to their heart's content. Li Yi provided wine. He did not compensate for the water. He took other people's rice and could continue to make wine. There was also distiller's grains. He exchanged salt with the people on the island. The people on the island usually boiled their own salt. It was bitter. It was a tropical monsoon climate, and the average temperature was high. The sand on the beach contained a lot of salt. They boiled the sand with some seawater, poured out the water, and boiled it again. It was equivalent to the people on the beach in the Tang dynasty putting yellow mud in the vessels used to boil sea salt and filtering it. The taste of refined salt was better than that of the Aborigines, and there was a lot of it. There were bags after bags. The craftsmen and the winged knights taught them how to operate the equipment, including simple maintenance methods. The Aborigines' standard of living was lower than that of the Tang dynasty, but it did not mean that they were stupid. They helped to cut down so much wood with new tools and a way to accumulate fertilizer, including a big iron pot. They knew how to save time, so they used the time they saved to fish or trade with others, which increased their income. The female leader sent people to look after the 2 sets of woodworking tools that were left behind. There were wooden saws and big axes inside, so it was convenient to cut down trees. Li Yi said that he would leave after breakfast tomorrow morning. So the people chosen by the female leader looked at the tablet to see how to operate the woodworking tools. They did not eat, so they had to learn or else. Princess Yongmu picked up the 3 cups of wine and drank with the female leader. There was a stew, 2 stir-fried dishes, and 2 cold dishes on the table. There was stewed pork belly with dried vegetables, braised pork ribs, grilled liver, braised pig ears with cucumber, radish strips with lettuce dipping sauce. The female leader had not eaten any of these 5 dishes. Princess Yongmu and the female leader drank beer from small cups. The female leader would probably get drunk after drinking 2 cups with a big cup. Unlike Li Yi drank beer like it was water. The female leader downed a cup of wine and took a break before eating. She had never drunk wine before, and she didn't know how to make coconut wine. Li Yi was drinking rice wine at the side. He didn't eat the dishes on the table. He was eating coconut crab, a big steamed one. There was ginger and vinegar on the side. Eating this crab was very satisfying. It had a lot of meat, but the taste was not as good as river crabs. Li Yi still felt regretful. If only he had the taste of river crabs and the size of king crabs and coconut crabs. No, even if the swimming crabs tasted the same as the river crabs, it would be fine. After eating 2 pieces of meat, Li Yi smacked his lips and added more soy sauce into the small bowl. The meat was too dry, and he couldn't feel its freshness. It was just that there was a lot of meat. The only special thing about it was that it had the taste of coconuts. Crabs mainly ate coconuts, so they could crush the coconuts themselves without the help of others. In terms of non-staple food, the resources of the sea are indeed richer than those of the land. Whoever can make better use of the resources of the sea can quickly improve the living standards of the people. Li Yi was eating the crab, but he was thinking about the people of the Tang dynasty. He told Princess Yongmu and others. He was not joking. He had the ability to manipulate and change. Princess Yongmu poured beer for the female leader and herself, strengthened the navy of the Tang dynasty, increase the number of fishermen, and promote the sea trade? Princess Yongmu said without thinking. If she didn't know Li Yi, she wouldn't have thought of these things. They were too far away from her. Now she had a habit of talking about the development of the Tang dynasty. Now she was more knowledgeable than Princess Taiping or Shangguanwan. But she couldn't be Empress Wu Zetian. She didn't have the ambition, and she couldn't do anything to her family, such as strangling her children. She didn't even know how powerful she was. Subconsciously, she was learning. Not only her, but also the farmers of the Li family Zhuangzi, more than 260 students, and the people of the Zhang family village. Even the people of the capital government who read the newspaper, learned pinyin, and checked the dictionary could understand what was said. When something happened in the Tang dynasty, the people would say it in the newspaper and express their support. Support. Li Dongzhu went to the sea. We should build a railway. It's similar to the wooden tracks used by horses, but better than that. It was dark in Guam, but the sky was still bright in Chang'an. After a day's work, the people read today's newspaper. It said that Li Yi went to the sea to look for good seeds, and he needed to transport them back from the sea by train. It was fast. The newspaper listed the data, how much goods could be loaded in a carriage, how many carriages the steam engine could pull at a time, and how fast it could run. If it were someone else who said this, the people's first thought would be doubt. How could it be? The newspaper said that the Li family Zhuangzi and Li Dongzhu were in charge. The people immediately agreed. Yes, that's right, it could be done. It said that the railway will be open to the public this year. They've already started to smelt the rails. There's even a train under construction. Hurry up! It's cheaper to eat seafood this year. It's not that it's cheaper, it's that we can eat real seafood. It turns out that there's seafood too, but it's frozen and raised in seawater. We can't afford it. Li Dongzhu said that eating seaweed won't lead to neck disease. If we can't eat seaweed, we won't get neck disease in the future. Look at those people, they're so pitiful. I want to eat oysters. I had 2 last winter. They were very fresh. I bought dried ones. I'll eat them in hot pot. They'll become bigger after cooking. Dried shrimps and shrimps are also delicious. I eat shrimps in hot pot. I want to make dumplings with dried shrimps this year. Will something happen to Li Dongzhu in the sea? The newspaper said that when the wind blows, even trees will be blown down. There are too few boats that can't capsize. What are you talking about? Li Dongzhu is afraid of the wind? Li Dongzhu is a god. Bless Li Dongzhu, bless Li Dongzhu. Go back and burn incense for Li Dongzhu. I'll bring the children to kowtow. Li Dongzhu is helping us find seeds. I realize that the chancellors are useless. Why didn't Li Dongzhu become a chancellor? I think Old Bai, Old Song, Old Su, and Old John are okay. They're more obedient. The people who had read the newspaper were discussing and judging. The chancellors who were strolling in the south of the city had high blood pressure. They looked at each other and smiled awkwardly. The people only know about Li Yi's benefits, but they don't know about her hard work. Song Jing was quite unhappy. I know. Didn't I say that we're obedient? Su Yi held a lamb skewer in one hand and garlic in the other. He probably fainted from the garlic. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that. It's spring. Since Xiao Yi isn't here, we should work hard. Think about where we missed out. Don't wait for Her Majesty to open the box. Bai Gu wanted to make use of the time difference. Who didn't have some willpower? They couldn't listen to Xiao Yi every time they ate or took a dump, right? The Yellow River is open. So far, there hasn't been any ice floods. Thank God. When the entire route is open to navigation, the strategic areas should be strengthened. Zhang Jiuling calculated. He was afraid of ice floods. A large group of people would have to move. Li Yi had already thought about it. The current situation was good. The overall temperature was rising, and there was no ice blockage in the middle section. Sanmen Gorge. It's not easy to sail there. We should build more ships. I don't believe Li Yi can think of that. Song Jing suddenly thought of a location. Li Yi had never mentioned this before. Humans. There would always be mistakes. His idea was to contribute to the imperial court. More ships would cooperate with the boatmen and sail ahead of Li Yi. Chapter 1430. Goodbye, goodbye. As the sun gradually moved away, the yacht set off. The female leader led her people and waved like Li Yi and the others. Many of the natives looked reluctant. They had new tools, wood that had been cut down and dried, and fish that could last them for a few days. They were looking forward to the moment when they could meet again. Li Yi stood on the deck. As the distance grew further, he was still shaking his arms. They should have been like this when they said goodbye to Magellan's team, right? The Spanish and Portuguese promised to give them a better life. Li Yi muttered and put down his hands. Li Lang, will we meet them again? Princess Yongmu found that the people on the island were like the people of the Tang dynasty. In her impression, the people were kind, hardworking, and honest. She thought that they would not come again. How could they go out to sea so casually? This time they were looking for seeds. Yes, Li Yi was certain. Next time, bring Brother San and the others. For example, if the people on the island hang the flag of the Tang dynasty, we will come again to reward them. Li Yi believed that such a day would come, and it would not be long. As long as the steam engine fleet had more ships, they could go further. The social development of the Tang dynasty was good. He could exchange for faster and bigger yachts. If he did not exchange for a warship, he would not use it. The yacht under his feet was an invincible existence in front of any race. Even during the Great Voyage era, the yacht could still defeat the fleets of other countries. This time, it will probably take some time. Our next destination is a group of islands and reefs. We need to know the situation of the reefs below. Li Yi changed the topic and talked about the work to do. The islands and reefs of the Tang dynasty were different from the ones in the past. The yacht would go first, shuttling between the islands and reefs, and record them. Then they would go back and build houses on the important islands and put the sea chart in the houses to provide reference for the later Tang dynasty fleet. This area belonged to the Federated States of Micronesia, and there were many islands and reefs. There were people on the island, and the natives of Guam would trade with them. Time will be delayed. Will there be enough time to plant new crops? Princess Yongmu knew that when she came out, she had calculated the time and was afraid that there would not be enough time. At first, I wanted to board the ship in Haizhou and then go to Haizhou to move the goods down and transport them by land. I haven't thought it through. If we go back, there's water in the Yellow River and our yacht is fast. We can make up for the lost time. Li Yi admitted that his plan was wrong. In Haizhou, the winged knights were still training while waiting for him to return. When he passed by on his way back, he told the winged knights that he was not going to travel on land and that they should leave on their own. Princess Yongmu obviously thought of the same thing. Let's fly to Chang'an. Chang! And we'll send someone to Haizhou to inform us in advance. No, I won't tell them in advance. I'll give them the illusion that I'll land in Haizhou. If someone wants to do something to me, they will definitely make arrangements. Li Yi refused. He was evil. He didn't care if they wanted to harm him or not. He wanted to see who he could torment. The winged knights were waiting by the sea. They could swim, eat seafood, and help out the locals. The yacht sped up and headed towards its destination. After a day and a night, the situation of the islands of the Federated States of Micronesia was recorded. The yacht went back and arrived at the group of islands in front of it. It arrived just after noon. There were people on this relatively large island. They saw that something that looked like a boat had been here before. At that time, they were in a daze. The boat was too big. Were they hallucinating? When they saw it again, they still couldn't believe that it was a real boat. The boat was even closer. The yacht couldn't move forward. The fishing net was turned around. The fish they caught on the way here were gifts. Li couldn't bear to give them silk or anything like that. He simply used the resources in the sea. They got off the boat, and the people on the island surrounded them. Li held his tablet. This time, communication was easier. It was similar to the language on the island. After a few words, the people on the island ran to catch fish amidst cheers. Li gave them refined salt and said that there would be people coming to exchange for better things. They needed to build a few houses. The people on the island said that there was no problem. Build the houses. They could help and wait for their people to come. The craftsmen took the winged knights to look for wood. 2 of the wood had to be drilled and stuffed into the sea map. There would be writing on the wall of the house to tell the winged knights, which would have the sea map. The other sea map was given to the leader of the island and asked him to help pass it to the people of the Tang dynasty. If he didn't hand it over, there were more in the house. He couldn't understand sea maps anyway. When the houses were built, it was dark. Li and the others didn't stay for dinner. They returned to the yacht and went to the next place. They were slower. At dawn, they met with the other party. As usual, they gave gifts, built houses, and introduced the exchange of good things in the future. In the afternoon, they went to another inhabited island. As for the fact that the winged knights couldn't communicate with words, it was fine. They could just gesture. A day passed. Li could only teach the little girl when they were sailing, in Chang, and the Li family Zhuangzi. In the afternoon, Li Longji didn't go to work. Memorials rarely required his approval. In the past, most of the memorials asked for money, the situation at the border, and the mobilization of the army. This year, the money was in the hands of the chancellors. The imperial court had money. If it was appropriate, they would give it. As for whether the locals could lie and cheat money, there were inspectors. In addition, there was information about the newspaper printing station. He went to the courier station and sent someone to ask. If they really needed money for local construction, it wouldn't take long to go back and forth. The border was fine. It was just that they didn't agree to the Turks' request for peace. Let's see if the Turks dared to use their weapons and start a war. In the afternoon, he didn't go. Baigu and the others came. They had something to do. As mentioned before, they wanted to add more ships to the Sanmen Gorge and strengthen the plank road. After some calculations, they came to Li Longji and asked him to agree. It involved the transportation of water. It was a big matter. It was impossible for the emperor to not know. Your Majesty, we are worried about the transportation of the Yellow River. We want to adopt new laws at the Sanmen Gorge. Song Jing said to Li Longji, who had just taken a nap. Sanmen Gorge? Oh, we got it. Li Longji hadn't slept enough yet, so he was a little confused when he was woken up. When he said that he knew, Song Jing's heart skipped a beat. He knew? Your Majesty, do you have a foolproof plan? Song Jing asked softly without any confidence. Oh, I don't have one. Lisher. Li Longji rubbed his face and shouted for Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher hurriedly brought the box over. Li Longji opened it to see if there were any letters related to that place. The chancellors waited. They didn't know what to feel. They hoped that they couldn't find it, but they also hoped that they could find it. If they couldn't find it, it proved that they were good. They should be happy. But if they couldn't find it, didn't that mean that Li wasn't omnipotent? Li Longji searched once, but he couldn't find it. He searched a second time, but he still couldn't find it. He simply took out the letters from the box, divided them into categories, and looked at the contents one by one. After looking at it twice, Li Longji quietly put the letter back and looked up. Brother, maybe you feel that this matter. At this point, he couldn't continue. The 4 chancellors had complicated expressions on their faces. Report, pigeons, 10 pigeons. Li Dongzhu's letter tube, 10 pigeons. At this time, there was a commotion outside. Send it quickly. Is there danger at sea? Li Longji didn't care whether he believed it or not. He looked at the pigeons first. Chapter 1431. Li Longji was anxious. Bai Gu and the other three people's expressions changed. Especially Bai Gu. His face instantly turned pale. How could they have the time to care about whether Li Yi had made a mistake in the development of the Tang dynasty? If they had one less secret plan, then so be it, as long as nothing happened to the people. The Tang dynasty was developing crazily. If the people died, oh my God! They didn't dare to think about it. The winged knights would probably immediately move out and slaughter the aristocratic families. They wouldn't play with them slowly. After a few minutes, 10 pigeons were brought over. They were eating and drinking on the shelves of the trough. Obviously, they were very hungry. The pigeon keepers took off their bamboo tubes one by one, arranged them in a row, and took the pigeons out. Li Longji opened a bamboo tube, took out the letter and glanced at it. Translate for me. He was so anxious that he wanted to kill someone. Gao Lisher arranged for someone to find a translator. At the same time, he comforted Li Longji. Your Majesty, since Li Dongzhu has time to write a secret report, it shouldn't be very urgent. Li Longji turned to look at Gao Lisher, then nodded as if to comfort himself. Yes. He took out all the letters from the 10 bamboo tubes and found that the symbols on them were the same. Look, brother, you must be at sea. He's afraid that some of the pigeons can't return. Writing the same content 10 times. It shouldn't be very urgent. Li Longji found another place to prove himself. Song Jing and the other 3 people looked at each other and nodded. They were willing to agree. The 2 translators ran over with several books. When they arrived and were about to salute, Li Longji urged, "Translate it quickly." Yes, the translators were the Li family Zhuangzi's people. They first looked at the symbols at the beginning and the end of the letter, then chose a book. Then, one of them turned the book while the other wrote. There's a new law in the Yellow River's Third Gate Gorge. It'll take less than half a month to fix it. It's still. Gao Lisher stood next to them. He read every word that was written. At the end of the recitation, the matter of a new artificial canal was explained. The 4 chancellors. You're kidding me? There's nothing in the suitcase. He stood me up at the last minute. Did he know that I was coming over today? Song Jing slowed down and took a few deep breaths before speaking in a muffled voice. This old man has also calculated the cost of the ship and plank road. I've also contributed. Bai Gu was also depressed. Your pigeon didn't come earlier or later. Why did it have to come at this time? Did you plan this well? Was it interesting? You wasted your pigeons just to embarrass us, Zaifu? Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Li Longji grinned. My dear brother, I'll have to teach him a lesson later. Can't he just put it in the box in advance? Your Majesty, Li Dongzhu is a great strategist. He can solve your worries, even from thousands of miles away. Gao Lisher quickly flattered. He sympathized with the chancellors. It wasn't easy for them to think of something that wasn't in the box, but the pigeon flew back at the crucial moment. The chancellors must have worried a lot about the Yellow River's Sanmen Gorge. Li Longji was done being happy. He suddenly reacted. You've worked hard. The plank road, needs to be repaired. The new canal will avoid turbulence. However, it still needs to be stretched. Your Majesty is right. Li Dongzhu didn't write a budget. Gao Lisher helped to comfort the chancellors. Look, you're all very important. Because he doesn't care about money. He needs to race against time and hire more people. He needs to use explosives to blow up the main areas and throw in money. It must be repaired in half a month. Bai Gu was angry. It wasn't Li Yi's money. Why would he care about the budget? Zhang Jiuling liked to do civil engineering. He carefully studied the artificial canal planned by Li Yi. He picked up a pen and drew at the side. As he drew, he said, work on it at the same time. Set up a protective net under the ground. Put wood in the holes above to build the plank road. Where the stone road can be dug out, use cement and steel bars as leverage points. Grab the iron railings and pull the plank. It will be easier to use force. Li Yi said that the canal would be filled with rocks and water. This is good. He is indeed my confidant. Zhang Juling had a good impression of Li Yi. He never forgot how he resigned in anger and returned to his hometown. It was Li Yi who sent people to chase after him. He gave them money and wanted to help repair the road. Furthermore, Li Yi only bribed people and didn't take bribes. Every time he earned a large sum of money, he would donate it. Time is tight. I'll have to trouble you. Li Longji was in a good mood. He urged them to hurry up and send people to work. It would take some time to get there. Would it be counted as 15 days? We'll take our leave. The four of them turned around and left. Each of them had a complicated expression on their faces. One thing that was worth being happy about was that the Li family Zhuangzi had provided them with a gift box. We can't be discouraged. Li Yi has gone far. The pigeons can't fly back. Su Yi thought about it and said helplessly, the location of the man-made canal is good. Zhang Juling considered the civil engineering. Everyone ignored him and hurried back to arrange for people. Regardless of how they felt, they had to do what they needed to do. In Zhuangzi, Gao Lisher kept the letter. Your Majesty, do you want to rest for a while? No, beer and shrimp. I'll drink. I didn't eat much at noon because I wanted to take a nap. I'm a little hungry. Li Longji wasn't sleepy anymore. After giving the order, he went to take a bath. When he came out, the glass house on the rooftop had already placed things for him. Beer, shrimp, dried fruits, braised food, and pickled vegetables. He didn't invite anyone and prepared to drink alone. He looked outside through the glass. The sun was shining brightly. He didn't have to worry about being blown by the spring wind. Just as he sat down, he saw someone through the glass. Brother, you're here today. Just in time. Let me tell you. Li Longji saw that Li Qingqi had rushed over with a lot of things in truckloads. He wanted to share today's story. A group of Zaifu came here. Li Qingqi also saw Li Longji. He waved his hand, carried the things into the courtyard, and went upstairs. The dried seafood was just delivered from Haizhou. The winged knights and other brother Yi helped to catch it. Many of the shellfish were dived by them. Li Qingqi put the things in his hands on the table and took out all kinds of dried scallops. The winged knights caught things in Haizhou, boiled them, dried them, and sent them back. They also practiced diving at the same time. Brother, let me tell you a joke. Speaking of which, this afternoon, Li Longji couldn't wait any longer. He began to tell Li Qingqi vividly. Ha 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 ha. Li Qingqi couldn't help but laugh. He slapped his thigh hard. These Zaifu were too unlucky. Ha ha ha. After laughing, Li Qingqi sat down. Judging from the situation, there's no problem with Brother Yi. In that case, we can rest assured. Have you sent back all the seafood caught by the winged knights of Haizhou? Li Longji picked up a dried scallop and sniffed it. Only 1/3. The other 1/3 is distributed to the local people. Not all the people in Haizhou can eat seashells. The remaining 1/3 will be sent to Luoyang to be sold. The money will be distributed to the families of the winged knights, including the brothers who died in battle. Li Qingqi's tone was low as he spoke. Since the House of Subjugation hasn't been abolished, I'll compensate the families of the soldiers who died in the past. Li Longji thought of the other soldiers from the winged knights. The pensions of the House of Subjugation weren't enough. Chapter 1432. The distance of the next stop is relatively close. From that island, we can go to other islands. Li was finally about to reach the edge of the archipelago. The last stop was called Koslay Island. It was only numbered now. All the islands were female leaders and maintained a matriarchal social model. After leaving Koslay Island, they would go to Nauru. According to the records, there were now people on Nauru and many birds. In fact, there were also many seabirds on other islands. "Master, is there fresh water there?" The little girl now knew what was most needed for sailing: fresh water. Li only marked the reefs without fresh water and did not build houses on them. There is fresh water, and there is a lot of natural fertilizer made from bird feces. In the future, we will occupy it and slowly dig it out. Li introduced the island to his eldest disciple. In the 1970s, the local per capita income was more than 800,000 yuan when converted to Liyi's national currency. At that time, the monthly income of Liyi's citizens in the 1980s to 9,092, the per capita income was more than 10,000 US dollars. In 1991 and 1992, the exchange rate between Liyi's national currency and international currency was more than 5:1. It was equivalent to the local per capita income was more than 60,000 yuan in Liyi's national currency. At that time, Liyi citizens were more than 100 per month, and the good ones were more than 300. An annual income of 3,000 yuan was considered a high income. 10,000 yuan was too little. Unfortunately, selling ores was just spending without thinking about the future. In the later period, the GNP was only more than 100 million US dollars. A country with a GNP of more than 100 million. Life was not good. Li decided to lead the local people to change their lives. Now they could change easily. The local people would not target the Tang dynasty for the money of other countries. After more than half a day, the yacht arrived at Koslay Island in the afternoon. There was no bridge. There were small islands next to the main island. There were people living on the island. Smoke rose in spirals. When the yacht arrived, the people on the island ran out of their houses and looked at it from afar. According to the previous operation, they first caught a net of fish as a gift. "We are from the Tang dynasty. We are here to give you a gift." Li shouted with the loudspeaker on the yacht. Naturally, he used the local language. The people on the island were dressed the same as the people on the previous island, and they looked the same as well. Li shouted a few times. The winged knights put on their swimming trunks and jumped into the water. They waded to the side of the fishing net, scooped up the fish, and threw it to the shore. Some fish landed in the shallow water and ran away while wagging their tails. When the people on the island saw this, they thought, how can they run away? They ran over, picked up the fishes that had been knocked out, and continued to throw them ashore. More and more people joined in. It would take a lot of effort to catch the good stuff by themselves. A net of fish was finally brought ashore. The islanders smiled happily. Li and the others who came down were very enthusiastic. When Li took out the refined salt, the islanders reacted in a similar manner as the islanders in front of him. They took out the shells and put them on the ground, wanting to buy them. They used shells as currency. Whoever had more shells would have more money. For example, Li used a fishing net to catch shells. After a few nets, Li became the richest man. Li waved his hand in the common language and said, "This is for you. You don't want the shells. You keep them. We'll come over." Familiar words were spoken. They were used to it. The islanders smiled brighter. They believed that the person who could give them a lot of fish and salt couldn't be lying. It was still the female leader. After she learned that the people of the Tang dynasty would be eating with them, she asked people to cook and burn wood. Li took over the cooking. He didn't need the locals to cook because it didn't taste good. Today's dish was hairtail. Li specially caught it. He was tired of eating other fish. Braised hairtail, seabird eggs, wild vegetable soup, parsley, seaweed, pickled vegetables, and rice balls. The islanders didn't know how to use chopsticks, so they tried to let them use their hands. Braised swordfish rice balls were dipped in the soup and caught to eat the fish. The soup was to be drunk from a bowl. There was no need to use a spoon. The female leader deliberately took out a few bowls made of coral and gave them to Li. Li looked at the bowls in a daze. After a while, he said to Princess Yongmu and others, "Remind me on the way back. We're going to fish for coral. We don't want the coral here. We want red coral. You don't want anything else?" The little girl looked up at her master. "Yes," See where there are more corals on the way back. This place is good. When the tide recedes, there are a lot of corals. Li Yi thought of coral and medicine, so he decided to take some back. Princess Yongmu looked at the sea. Coral is not easy to fish. It's expensive. Ordinary people can't get it. Anyone who has red coral will give it to the officials and dignitaries. It's not easy for others, but it's easy for us. Red coral is valuable. If we fish it up, we can increase the circulation of exchange coupons. Li Yi had this plan, not to mention the whole red coral. Even a small piece was still valuable. He planned to fish more. At that time, the food on the ship would be consumed a lot. He would use it to store the red coral. When the time comes, let's ask some rich people to take a look and let them know that the Li family Zhuangzi has treasures. Oh, it's okay if they don't see it. We know what we're doing. Let's appraise it first and use the estimated price to print exchange coupons. In fact, the price can be inflated. Li Yi found the collateral to issue a lot of money. Red coral of good quality was called blood coral. I know. It's the gloomy wood in the Zhuangzi. Xiao Lan understood. The gloomy wood was collected in large quantities before. Later, it was used to make a batch of musical instruments. The price suddenly changed. The Li family Zhuangzi didn't issue additional exchange coupons because of this. Otherwise, there would be more money. Yes, Xiao Lan is smart. Li Yi praised. Xiao Lan looked happy. In fact, she didn't have anything to be happy about. Who didn't know about the gloomy wood? Princess Yongmu held a pair of chopsticks in each hand and dissected the hair tail on the plate. She tried to keep the fish intact and remove the bones. After removing a piece, she stuffed it into the little girl's mouth. When we go back, we have good seeds and money. The Tang dynasty will become prosperous. We have to keep all the seeds in the first year. We won't eat them. We'll eat the ones brought back by the fleet. In the second year, the seeds from the first year can be planted in the best quality fields in the capital. After that, we can distribute them to various places in the Tang dynasty. Sweet potatoes are easier to grow than potatoes. Although eating too much will make the stomach uncomfortable, we can make them into noodles. Li Yi liked the way sweet potatoes were planted. They could be cut and planted with seedlings. Potatoes were not good. Potatoes could only grow sprouts. There were many sprouts on a potato. A piece of potato could be cut off from each sprout and planted together. I heard Li Lang mention it before. I'm waiting to eat roasted sweet potatoes. As soon as Princess Yongmu mentioned roasted sweet potatoes, she suddenly felt that the hair tail in front of her didn't smell good. The islanders didn't feel that way. They were eating happily and holding the hair tail with their hands. The hair tail was an extreme luxury for them. They couldn't catch it and could only wait for the seawater to wash it to the beach. If the hair tail was soaked for too long, it wouldn't be edible. When they finally saw a large number of hair tail appear on the beach, they were not happy. Instead, they were scared. Usually, when they encountered hair tail, there would be huge waves and the ground would shake. Chapter 1433. The female leader was trying her best to learn how to use chopsticks. Li Yi gave her a large number of wooden chopsticks. The dry wood was directly processed into chopsticks. It was not worth much. For the islanders, chopsticks were a good gift. Other than the fact that it was not easy to learn, everything else was good. The wild vegetables and bird eggs soup was fragrant. He had made it before. He opened the wild vegetables and bird eggs and cooked them in water. Why was the taste different from what he ate today? Li knew why. There was no oil and no pepper noodles. He used the soybean oil to make the soup. He added the oil, sprinkled chopped green onions, boiled the soup first, and then added the wild vegetables. If he added the wild vegetables first, he would have to stir-fry them. After stir-frying, he added water. The taste would not be fresh enough. Of course, to make shredded cowpea or kidney bean soup, he had to stir-fry them first. Otherwise, it would be easy to get poisoned before it was cooked. Li Yi did not plan to teach the islanders how to cook. It was too difficult. He had to add pots and seasonings. After the meal, Li Yi also gave the other party 3 sets of flags, each with 3 sides, to tell the other party the meaning. Under the cover of the night, the yacht left. There was a zigzag route. It went to Nauru, then diagonally northeast to the Marshall Islands, southeast to Kiribati, and then Tuvalu. It was a long detour, wasting time. If not for providing the most reliable route for the fleet behind, the yacht could have directly crossed the Pacific Ocean. There was no need to go to Solomon Islands, Vanuatu, Fiji, Tonga, and other places in the south. He marked the sea map of the Tang dynasty's navy. Some places were different, and the geological changes gave him a rough idea of the situation. If they really encountered a typhoon and the ship was blown off course, they would be able to locate it at any time with the help of the theodolite and sextant. After a round trip, a clearer map of the route will be created. When we come back, we will take a straight line and look at the islands and reefs along the way. Li Yi looked at the data recorded on the yacht and was very pleased. What if the people who know how to read the sea map tell others how to read the map for money and sell it? Xiaolan first considered the possibility of betrayal. Even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance, she would not be happy. Not only her, but everyone knew how valuable the sea map was. Li Yi was not afraid. The key positions are controlled by the winged knights. The winged knights have no reason to betray us. If anyone was bribed, they would take the initiative and arrest them. That way they could earn even more. Report it to me, and I'll use this as an excuse to deal with the people in the other party's area. I'll have a good reason to act. The theodolites and sextants he made all had telescopes attached to them. If other people wanted to make telescopes, they would have to wait. They would have to wait many years. There were theodolites without telescopes, but he would not make one. If the winged knights wanted to betray him, they had to first consider whether Li Dongzhu would fly over and kill them. In addition, it would be difficult to teach others how to use this set of tools. It would take a lot of time to capture someone from Li Yi's era and teach him how to use the theodolite and sextant properly at sea, as well as how to read nautical charts. It involved celestial bodies, manufacturing accuracy, and measurement error correction. Is there anyone else who wants to build the canal? Are there any more? Some people came to sign up. 50 yuan a day, food and accommodation were provided. The Li family Zhuangzi was in charge of logistics. There are still people who want to go. At the edge of Chang and City, the governor's office, and the nearby prefectures, there were officials who had prepared the carriages. They were recruiting workers to build the canal. A new plank road had to be built. They needed a lot of manpower, and the salary was 50 yuan a day. Starting work when they arrived at their destination did not count. The carriages rushed to Sanmen Gorge, and everyone was fiddling with the safety helmet in their hands. The outer layer of the safety helmet was made of iron, and the inner layer was made of bamboo and silk. It was not as good as Li Yi's safety helmet, but it was better than wearing nothing. The safety helmet was lent to the people who worked. After the helmet was used, it would be taken back and lent to the people who worked on other projects. The imperial court is paying. Why are they clamoring that Li Dongzhu is paying? Baigu's carriage was parked next to a recruitment point. He was unhappy to hear the people talking outside. The so-called logistics provided by the Li family Zhuangzi was just a few dozen people sent by the Li family Zhuangzi to coordinate and direct the logistics work. Each person was paid 50 yuan a day. The Ministry of Revenue paid for the carriages and food. The people did not approve of the money and insisted that it was Li Dongzhu who paid. The money was not much. Each person was paid 50 yuan a day, including food and accommodation. It was at most 60 yuan. With 20,000 people working, it was 2 million yuan a day. For 15 days, it was 18,000 yuan. That was enough. The cost of the gunpowder, tools, materials, carriages, and so on, 100,000 yuan. Was 100,000 yuan considered money? When Xiao Yi returned, he would be able to dig it out from the gaps between his teeth. Baigu was sullen because the imperial court was spending money, but he did not get anything good. The Minister of Works, Wei Zhigu, was in the carriage. This was a matter of the Ministry of Works. He glanced at Baigu. Tell the Li family Zhuangzi that tomorrow's newspaper will say that the imperial court is paying, not the Li family Zhuangzi. Humph. Bai Gu snorted and turned his head away. He was not going to do it. It would make him seem petty. When Xiao Yi returned and found out about this, wouldn't she laugh at him for a year and a half? He could not afford to lose that face. Toothache. This year, the Ministry of Works sent many memorials to the imperial court. I've already sent people to check on water conservancy, road construction, and so on. Wei Zhigu said. The divisions of the Tang dynasty were clear. Normally, the memorials to the prefectural government would be given to the prime minister. Unless the prefectural government was in charge of the army, it would be given to the prefectural government, provincial governors, and so on. The imperial court did not have money. Most of the time, the local governments would raise money by themselves. They mainly used the time that the commoners worked for free. If the imperial court allowed it, the local governments would not expect to get extra funding. Unless there was a disaster, they would apply for regular liquidation and rent reduction. Now that the local governments knew that the imperial court had a lot of money, they began to send memorials to the various ministries to ask for a few thousand yuan. There was no need to trouble the prime minister. Bai Gu lowered his head and pondered. Li Yi had helped to spend last year's money. This year, Xiao Yi did not give us a financial plan for this year. We can't calculate the income in advance. I'll give you 300,000 yuan first. Do you think that's enough? Bai Gu's voice was low, giving off a feeling of guilt. He was in charge of the Ministry of Revenue, but he did not know how to estimate the income this year. God knows what other aspects of income would suddenly increase. Looking at Xiao Yi's return, he might have brought a lot of money. If he doesn't come back, the Tang dynasty. Wei Zhigu said to Bai Gu. Without waiting for him to finish, Bai Gu reached out and lifted Wei Zhigu's chin. Don't say that he can come back. If word gets out and the commoners know, they'll bite you to death. Wei Zhigu snorted, indicating that he understood. Bai Gu let go. I was waiting for Zhuangzi to meet His Majesty the day before yesterday when I suddenly received the news that the pigeon had returned. I was almost scared to death. Xiao Yi can't be in trouble. Bai Gu did not feel ashamed. A lot of things were unfolding, and he was counting on Xiao Yi to coordinate them. If he was gone, who would take over these things? The situation was too big. No one could straighten it out. If Xiao Yi couldn't come back, the sky would really collapse. Wei Zhigu looked at Bai Gu sympathetically. 300,000 yuan is fine. Use it first. The local governments have passed through the Ministry of Works, so they haven't asked for much money.